Okay. Oh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall, to Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Don Lavelle with Corpus Christi Christian Fellowship. Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. I so appreciate you and this cabinet, this council people. So let us pray. Jesus tells us that men ought to always pray and never lose heart. So I would like to pray, and let us pray even together. Our Father in heaven, we come to you this morning to offer prayer in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son. I ask that you and your name be hallowed in this hall as the city's business is conducted. I ask that your kingdom would come in the midst of this chamber among those of different views and understandings, and that your will would be done on earth, that is in Corpus Christi, Texas, as it is done in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Give the mayor, each council person, the city manager and his staff, bread from heaven. Bread from heaven, Christ himself, is our spiritual bread in all wisdom, knowledge, and spiritual understanding. I ask that you would forgive us of our debts, our trespasses, our attitudes toward others, as we forgive our debtors, those who intentionally or unintentionally rub us the wrong way or hurt us. I ask you, do not lead us into temptation. Deliver us from the evil one and deliver us from our own ideas that are contrary to yours. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Thank you. Bless this chamber. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our pledge allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas flag will be led by Josiah Ponce. He's a 12th grader at Collegiate High School, state president for the Texas Association of Future Educators, and student council president.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Josiah, and good luck with your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. So before we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address important issues. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum of civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. And we will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and shouting blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. And we've been more than patient. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement, but I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. Today, we're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, there is no need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item, and at that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley at this time to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will be displayed on the television screen above. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. So that said, we do not have any board or committee appointments. We'll move on to consent agenda. Council members, are there any items you'd like to pull from the consent agenda, which consists of items 1 through 13? Item number 7.
Number 3.
Item number 3.
And number 10.
Item number 10. Okay, there being no more, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 8, I'm sorry. Thank you. With the exceptions of items 3, 7, 8, and 10.
Did you ask for the public as well, Mayor, to pull, if they wanted to pull items?
Right.
1 through 13, or which one?
Yeah, consent agenda 1 through 13. Item 13?
Yes.
Okay. And would anyone in the public like to pull any items 1 through 13? Okay. 13.
13?
Yeah, so I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of item 3, 7, 8, 10, and 13. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. All in favor? Are you putting it on?
Yes, I have it up there, Mayor.
Okay. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So the first item pulled was item number 7, and that is a resolution amending financial budgetary policies. Councilwoman Paxton? Or no, who?
I had 3.
It's 3, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez, sorry.
Okay. Which one is she doing, 7 or 3? She's doing 7.
All right, there's a few things in here that I was kind of surprised at. The one that caught my attention the most was increasing the fund balance in the general fund from 17% to 20%. So when you do the calculation, that's about an additional $10 million you want us to keep on in balance. Can you give me the reasoning behind why such a huge increase and why we're pulling that money out of the budget?
Sure.
7.
7.
Yeah, I've got to go back to 3.
Yes, sir. The current policy has a range from 17 to 20%. 20% of fund balance is going to give you about 73 days of operation, so that gives you 2 months of operation without revenue. So we're recommending that is a good number. Most cities will go up to 90 days of operation. So 73, 20% gives you about 2 months of operation.
Okay, but I mean, this wasn't something that, I mean, we've always had the 17 to 20. I mean, why just, why now?
20%, having a stronger fund balance does help with your credit rating as well, rating with the rating agencies. If it's a good savings amount to have. We do recommend that change.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, why not 25%?
Oh, you can do 25%.
Well,
but-
I mean, but we're talking about a number here. We specifically said, in the past, it's 2 months of operating expenses, kind of with the thought that we would need that funding in case we had a hurricane, that we would be getting revenue for a few months. But why, I mean, like in the enterprise funds, we have 25%,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
In the, okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. So over the past several years, we've actually budgeted to 20%. This is not really a change. We are formalizing it in the project, in the policy. But over the last several years, the budget has actually contained a 20% fund balance. The wording in the policy was somewhat, it was not clear on whether it was an upper or a lower limit of a 17 to 20. And so this clarifies it. This also puts it in line with what the practice has been, which has been a 20% fund balance.
Actually, that's incorrect. We actually were carrying more balance in the past than the 20%, and we actually corrected that last year and brought that balance back down below 20%. So we have, so in lies the question, when you have money that you have set aside in reserve, that means there's less funding for you to utilize. So that's why I'm saying when you have a range of 17 to 20, that gives you some flexibility.
Exactly.
Here, if you have 20%, that kind of eliminates that flexibility. So why do you want to eliminate that flexibility?
So it is a minimum of 20%. And so that is within the practice. Like I said, we have not gone down to a 17%, I believe, since I've been here. It has been 20 or higher. And so this sets the minimum amount of 20%.
Okay, well, I disagree with this, so I'll be
Interested?
not approving it if it keeps it at 20%.
Sure.
In here, we have a reference to the debt management policy. The debt management policy has not been updated or reviewed since 2011. And Peter, I know we had this, I had made some recommendations last year when we went through this, but yet I've yet to see a debt management policy. So where are we with that?
Right. So we are monitoring the state legislation, state legislature, I should say, who in this last session would have had some mandates for cities to follow. And so we're seeing if in this special session they prescribe any of that. And we plan to bring it back this fall then, based on these special sessions that are happening up in Austin.
Okay, are we talking about the bill that limits the amount that you use for debt?
Right, yeah.
As a percentage of your property taxes?
Correct, yeah.
Well, that's just,
and there could be other things that the legislature introduces, so we're mindful of that. We're working with our intergovernmental relations director. And we'll let these special sessions pass, and then we'll bring something back this fall for the city council.
I saw Ryan here earlier. Okay, so.
We're aware of it, Councilman, and you brought it up several times, and so we'll bring that back for a robust policy discussion of the council.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was curious, I've seen or I've heard that some coastal cities are actually supposed to keep their fund balance at around 40% or close to that. I think that is really high, certainly, especially when we're facing some budgetary challenges with these tax differences. But kind of to Councilmember Hernandez's question, my curiosity is I recognize the target that's been declared here is about 60 days worth of operations to have on hand. What is the citation, or where do we get that as, in our specific case, as being the driving point for the 20%, the 60 days / 20%?
That was what was in the range, and as Heather mentioned, that's what our practice has been. But to add a little more to that, we having a stable fund balance, or let's say a 20%, does also give us some guaranteed dollars that we can invest. And so even though those dollars are sitting there, they are earning interest. And if our practice is to have 17 or 20% or 25%, we can then lock in our investments for longer terms, knowing that that is our fund balance that we should maintain. And so even though those funds are sitting there, they are definitely earning interest. And if we can lock them in for longer periods of time, they will generate income for us.
I'm a believer in the fund balance. I am. But that's why I'm trying to get at the citation behind, is there a best practice? Or I know that we were citing like government
Sure.
financing codes or best practices, or that's what I'm trying to get at, to see if the 20, if we feel confident that 20 is a comfortable range, because, you know, we are coastal. We need to think about issues of natural disaster. We need to think about issues of resiliency in our water supply. That's where my thoughts are more so going.
I'm not sure there's a magic number, but the approach that GFOA recommends now is taking a risk-based approach. So, for example, if we're coastal-based, there may be a need to go maybe higher than 20% within the budget constraints, but that is a management decision as far as how much to reserve for contingency.
Yeah, Councilwoman Paxson, in my prior career in San Antonio, we worked for several years with the city council to get to 15%, and then the goal over time was to get it to a little bit higher. I'm not sure where they're at today, but it's really a policy choice. Our financial advisor that works with us does recommend that we stick with this 20% and hasn't advised us that we should go higher necessarily. So it's really a policy, this really is, Sergio said, there's no magic recipe for it. But certainly the more in financial reserves, the better from a credit rating standpoint. It's a balance of where you don't want to save too much and then not have money put into production for things like streets and animal care and that type of thing. So the city, since I've been there for 6 years, has had this 17 to 20%, and we've been able to maintain it, which is a good thing. To Councilman Hernandez's point, we drew down some fund balance in excess of the 20% and put it into production the last couple of budgets. We had $70 million, in fact, in all funds, fund balance that we put into production. So, I think what we can do is get you some comparative analysis across the state. The 7 cities above us is a good barometer. And then we can get you an opinion from our financial advisor as well.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Again, just kind of my thought process is that we are so coastal in nature,
Right.
and we're unique as a regional water supplier.
Right.
I think that while we have a lot to compare to some other larger cities, we have a lot of very unique aspects.
Right.
And so my curiosity, and our financial advisors would be able to tell us better, but I don't know if we set ourselves a goal for 25% or something like that, because certainly I don't want to, limit our funds for production, that type of thing, but I want to be cognizant of the situation that we are in.
Right.
And to that,
Good point. And when we did look at this a few years ago, we did look at some of the coastal cities, Councilwoman, knowing that we're at greater for tropical storm, hurricane, weather phenomena. So we'll get you not only the 7 above, but some of the major coastal cities because they probably have a higher percentage.
with that along that train of thought, under section 3, that there is a suggestion here saying that we would like to potentially remove or less any one-time appropriations. My thoughts on a perhaps a good compromise to making sure that we keep a pretty robust contingency there, or rather a fund balance, is to leave that in, possibly. I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, that may be about $10 million in our budget page.
Is it 10? I don't have my budget book here.
Forgive me, I didn't bring my budget book.
Yeah, we have it broken out in the schedules, but that would put more money into financial reserves.
Correct.
So we're big fans of having more financial reserves than not.
That may be my caveat, and if all indicators are saying 20 is healthy, maybe we leave that in there.
Yeah.
20% of total operating, not less one-time appropriations.
Yeah, do we know what the financial impact of that would be? We have to find out if we can. Maybe somebody can grab a budget book, because say just as an example, say it's $2 more million, and we're going to have to cut the budget by $2 million to save it. And so the council should know what that financial implication would be.
I agree.
Unless we make it effective for the FY27 budget. But
if we could know what that looks like.
Yeah.
We can get that information and maybe send a memo out as far as what the cost per day of operation is. And so they'll tell you how much you would be pulling from operating budget to put into reserve.
Is this a 2 reading?
What's that?
Is this a 2 reading?
It looks like just a 1 reading resolution.
Reading.
Yeah.
Well, then what I would do then is motion to postpone. until we get that information, because I would like to know that before I feel confident with being able to say yes.
And all
or
the
no.
council should know it because
Thank
it
you.
would have a financial impact.
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, I'm good with everything, except it would seem to me this is a conversation better had for February, right? Because that's what you would have liked to have known is,
Right.
if we wanted inclusive of, is that the right word, of one time, you need to know that as you develop the budget. My recollection is the first thing the council did was talk about policies when it
Right.
came to budgeting. So my ask would be in next year's process, we have this conversation first. Because then everything else kind of flows in behind it. You got your end point. So, yeah, thank you. That's my comment. Maybe next year, let's do this first.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I support a fund balance. I know we have to have it, but here's my question. I am so tired of sitting up here and hearing something different from staff and hearing something different up here. I like truth and transparency. Was it 17 and was it 20 before? So I would like y'all to go back and look at that answer so that we know. I'm not criticizing anybody, but we can't do this. I mean, we should know what the answer is. Was it 20? Was it 17? Did we increase it to 20? Was it 20 all the time?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to speculate here, so we'll have to get you that. We can look back at the past 5 budgets, and I do believe, though, it was at least 20%. But in a few years, that was the kind of the rainy day reserve. And then after that was taken off, there was some remaining fund balance. And so that's why last year, as an example, we put it into one-time expenditures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to know the truth.
Yeah, we agree. I agree.
Okay,
We'll
thank
get
you.
you that.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, is there any, so if there's we're not tabling it, we're postponing it. So is there any consequence associated with that?
There's no consequence. We'll bring it back next week. It just wouldn't be, it's not on the agenda that was published yesterday. So for the watchers, we'll put it on for the final agenda that goes out this Friday,
Okay.
the next Tuesday.
Okay, the other thing is that when you talked to our financial advisor, did he say what kind of impact it would have on the bond rating?
I don't think he gave us like a specific,
He just indicated that.
specific answer, but we'll get that as well.
And I guess, was there a time during Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Hannah, during the winter storm, and during the pandemic that we had? I mean, we dipped into reserves simply to balance, but did we do it specifically as a result of a natural disaster?
No. We never had to, in the 6 years I've been here, we've never had to dip into the financial reserves. In the case of COVID, the federal government provided us $70 million.
Yeah.
Harvey, we didn't have a substantial loss in revenue or any need to dip into our fund balance. And then the one tropical storm that we had, or hurricane, I guess, Hannah, is that the one that was a few years
Yeah.
ago? That one didn't cause any interruption in revenue.
Okay, I guess that's the thing, and I really actually like the language that says removing 17 unrestricted and using 20% as a goal. As I've indicated in the industry of which I am, is that it's a goal that you basically work towards, and then it gives you flexibility.
Right.
And I think that's really something that we, especially if we have a consistent practice. Now, I remember I've worked with another public agency in the past where they were much more bold, and they wanted, same thing, they want to utilize resources to put into capital, of which I'm sure that we don't suggest that here. The other thing is that I think right now, I just want to reiterate is what you had indicated, in the special session, it was passed, the 2.5% cap.
Right.
So, and the legislature now is limiting our ability to have flexibility to be able, and then in addition now, as we indicated, the legislation regarding debt.
Right.
And that the only time that we would be able to increase the cap is if we had some natural disaster where we'd have to fill that in. So I just want to make that clear that I think it's good that even though we're moving from 17 to 20%, the part of my thinking is that moving from 17% of unrestricted to 20% of the goal. So that means we're making it harder for ourselves because we're lessening the requirement of having access to the funds. Am I correct in assuming so? Does that make sense?
Say that last sentence again?
So in other words, we're increasing the goal
You're right. We're increasing the written goal. In the past, that's what we have to confirm for Vaughn, Councilwoman Vaughn, but I believe in the past 5 budgets that we've done here, that I've done, it's been at 20%.
Well, regardless of whether it is not,
Yeah.
increasing the goal, I guess the consternation I'm hearing is why are we adding 3%? Well, the reason we're adding 3%, in my opinion, is because, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Validate, is that because we're changing from unrestricted now to a goal. It's going to give us more flexibility, so it would only be prudent to add 3%. That's my thinking. I didn't.
Yeah, I think the way we're looking at it is that there was a range, and the range was not clear.
Right.
And so this is a way to make the policy more clear for readers, including the policy setters up here, the council and the city staff, to say that, because we could come in here and say, okay, we're going to put 18% financial reserves, and the council could say, well, I thought we said 20%. And the answer is, well, there's a range from 17 to 20.
Got you.
So we're trying to just give clarity to say, we've been reaching 20%, so we're not putting in any more based on this conversation we're having. We don't have to take out any more funds out of production and put them into reserves because they're currently at 20%. It's just making the policy clearer. That's all.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I have to agree with Councilman Scott on this. Normally, we have this discussion on policy in March. And in the past, we had that discussion on policy before creating however, I wasn't expecting any kind of changes in the budget policy, other than just updating some dates. So for future reference, if you're going to make changes to, budget policy, it needs to be March, April timeframe before you start constructing the actual budget, instead of right before we, a couple weeks before we approve the budget. Now, the reason for the range, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do often take funds to do work on some bond projects before we actually sell the bonds, and then we reimburse ourselves, and we use that from this fund, correct?
It's all funds, Councilman, so all pooled cash of accounts.
I'm referring to general obligation.
Even that, it comes from all of our available funds, not just the general fund.
Okay, so, but I mean, we do have options for funds because we maintain balances in our enterprise funds of 25% as per this policy. Right?
Since we used our pooled cash, Councilman, that won't affect our fund balance. We'll have a draw from cash, but an offset of a receivable. So the transaction.
So from our operating budget?
Yeah, so it happened on the balance sheet, so it won't impact your fund balance calculation.
Okay, well, I mean, it's, money's money, right? Wherever you get it from. Okay, so the range, I want to say, gives you some flexibility. You have a cap of 17, but you can operate within that 20%. So, between 17 and 20%, and that's been fine in the capital fund. As a matter of fact, that might be something you look at in the enterprise funds as well. But, I mean, because I think there was, which enterprise fund last year that we were below our fund balance? Was it the water fund?
I'm not too sure on that one, Councilman. For balancing the budget?
No. There was one budget that we were below our balance for the enterprise funds. I can't remember which one it was last year. I'll have to go through it this year to make sure the percentages make sense or are correct. But I just don't understand why you want to eliminate your flexibility.
It was just for clarity. We can, if the council wants to keep it at that range, given that it's late in the the schedule. You're right. This should have been brought earlier in the year. We can revisit it next year. We're already at 20%, so it's a moot point with this budget, unless you want to cut it back down to 17.
Well, if you have it at 20%, it doesn't matter if you're at between 17 and 20% anyway.
Yeah.
I just don't understand the reason for all.
Well, we said it was just to have more certainty. If you have a range, then that means there's a variable range from 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's not certain. 20% certain. It's one number, 20%.
Okay, but what he said is on the financial advisor.
Yeah.
Was that he's looking at what your fund balance is, is it looking at what your policy is or what your fund balance is?
Right. Both, probably.
But part of the calculation the rating agencies look at, they do factor in how much fund balance are you carrying.
Okay, so it's the actual fund balance.
Yeah, so it does impact your score with the rating agency.
So not the policy, but the fund balance.
Correct.
Well, but I would say they look at both. The city council has done a great job in having these financial policies. A lot of cities don't have them. We didn't have them in San Antonio, as an example, big city, so.
Well, Peter, I know you and I have had many discussions.
Yes, we have.
On the policy.
We have.
It was one of the things that, when we first started, it was, we were going back and forth. We added the CIP portion to that as well. So, I guess.
It's a good document. It's good to have.
It's a great document.
Yeah, people look at it. The financial advising groups look at these. I would submit. So it's good to have.
All right, is there a second to?
I do have, I do have some information, so this, in the budget right now, the 26 budget, there's 3.3 million approximately in one-time expenditures. So if we add those in the calculation, that would, we would have to save about $650,000. That would, yeah. So if we wanted to, right now, for the past 5 budgets, we have excluded one-time expenditures in this rainy day fund or this financial reserve. And we're recommending to continue to do that. If we don't do that for the 26 budget, we would need to cut $650,000 to be able to put that into the reserves if you include the one-time expenditures.
If you keep it at 20%.
Right, yeah, if you keep it at 20% and include the one-time expenditures in the calculation.
But if you keep the range, you wouldn't have to do that.
Let's see, well, it would be, you would still, because it would be, if you said, let's include the one-time expenditures in the calculation, it would be, we would have to save at 20% another $656,000.
So one-time expenditures are typically excluded. Capital outlay is excluded. Because if you are dipping into fund balance, typically you're just using it to run operations. You freeze your spending on those capital items. So there would be no need to include those in those calculations. You would end up having abundant funding your fund balance a little too much. You can, but it really eliminates the flexibility you have. So the best practice out there is you look at operating funds only, operating expenses, and that's what you're going to fund out of fund balance if revenues stop for some reason.
Okay, so was there a second to the postponement till next week?
Not yet.
Okay.
But we still have some comments.
I'll second it to get it there.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
So I definitely agree with Councilmember Scott that this type of a conversation probably should have happened in February, March. The other thing is, if I understand Councilmember Hernandez, you still want the flexibility, is that correct? So you want the flexibility to go from 17 to 20. The only thing I can think in terms of looking at right now, setting it at the 20%, is that right now, wait just a moment, let me just let them go ahead and talk. Thank you. Anyway, right now, when you take a look at where we're at and some of the uncertainties that we're dealing with, right now if you take a look at a lot of the things that we're trying to pass, high expenditures on our budget and that, one of the hard things that we worked on as a city is our credit rating. And so I would hate to see that suffer. And I do believe that if we actually are specific and stated at 20%, that in terms of our, and you said that bond counsel, that was a good thing? Is that
correct?
If we can be, the more precise that we can be, the better it's going to impact our overall rating. Is that correct?
Oh, the healthier the fund balance, the better the rating.
Right. So I really don't have a problem either way. I think maybe next year we should look at this a little bit closer. I don't know if it's enough that we need to hold it up today, but in lieu of everything that we're dealing with. And I think next year we're going to have a better perspective in terms of where we're at, certainly in terms of on water and some of the other projects that we're working on. So that's kind of my mindset on that, is I don't mind us this year if we're going to take away that flexibility, but I think we should definitely go back and make it a topic early on next year. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
First, I just want to point out, it was Councilmember Paxton that was talking. I was just listening to Councilmember. I was trying to be a good boy. Man, it didn't take me long to throw you under the bus, did it? And you said nice things about me. I just want to I think it's a great conversation to have in February. I don't really want to talk about eliminating $650,000 in August. I'm just disappointed we didn't have it in February or March. I'm also nervous about sending the message to the I guess I like sending the message to the credit rating agencies that we want to do a hard 20% subject to these one-time expenses. I think that's a good message to send. I have a feeling somewhere in the past, Carolyn, we might have even had a higher number than 20%. But so I'm okay with where it is. Again, if we were in February and we wanted to eliminate, we wanted to do exclusive, whatever, eliminate the one time, then you would march with that. But now here we are in August, and I'm nervous. I'm nervous about doing that. So I'm okay with the way the policy states, hard 20, and then I'd like to do it earlier next year.
Yeah. Councilman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. No, and I apologize. I was trying to confer on the math. That's what I was asking. I can't say too much more to add to that other than my same thoughts was, I think that it puts us in a good spot. I think it sends, as far as messaging for our credit and just the internal strength of the organization. I think excluding those one-time, to me, follows that thought process without having to increase a percentage type thing. That, I certainly thought we're hearing now 650 was easier than trying to get to a 22 or 25% type thing. But I agree, it's very late in the game to try to do that today. And so I think that's where we need to come back to the timing on evaluating a document such as this one.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second to postpone, and that would be to next week. I think that shouldn't be a problem, Peter? Next week?
Yeah, what would be so Councilwoman Paxson, are you saying do the one times review it next year, or did you still want? 1720?
I think it's just on the additional information, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, do you still want to postpone? Are you still wanting to do this?
Okay, let's postpone it, and then we're going to bring back these answers to the questions, and then
Okay.
yeah,
That's fine.
We
Well,
can
we have
postpone.
motion and a second just to postpone until next week, just for additional information.
Doesn't impact us any, in our budget
Right.
process. Yeah.
Right, that's fine. Please submit your vote. Oh, council, I'm sorry, council. Does the public have any public comment on this particular item? Okay. Councilman Roy?
With that postponement, I just want to make sure that you remember the part that I think that Councilwoman Vaughn was asking, that we can do the comparison also where we're at with the other cities. I think that would be good too as part of that. Thank you.
I think they were going to, right? You were going to do that. Okay, please submit your vote.
And to clarify, yeah, that's to postpone. The screen says something a little different.
Correct.
I couldn't change it.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez? No, I can't in the middle. It got kind of stuck, but for the record, it is to postpone. Yes, sir.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Rebecca. Let's see, item number 3 was pulled. That is a motion authorizing the purchase of 25 additional Panasonic mobile data computers with dash camera systems. And this is for our Corpus Christi Police Department. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I was just, maybe I missed it, but going through the packet, I noticed, gosh, I didn't keep the right note. I'm so sorry. So could you give clarification? So it's 25 times the setup. So this is outfitting those vehicles, and this is going back to when we approved a whole fleet of new vehicles.
Yes. Good morning. Christopher White, Corpus Christi Police Department. So yes, so this fiscal year we're in, we purchased 75 units. 42 of them were from the general fund. We were granted 8 of them from crime control, 25 of them from our fleet replacement fund. This equipment will go into those 25, and it's needed to finalize the upfitting for the MDT part of it. There's 25 sets. Those sets include the MDT, the controller arm, the cradle point, the in-car camera systems, the Panasonic system that runs that, everything that makes the electronic portion or the IT portion of the car function.
Okay. So, and forgive me, when I think I see later in the agenda where there's, and it may be on next week, where we're approving a vehicle and it's a certain price to purchase the vehicle and then a price to upfit the vehicle.
So that's going to be a grant vehicle. That has nothing to do with these. That's a grant vehicle we're purchasing through, for the Stone Garden. And that's a one-time purchase off for that. And then there's funding for that through the grant for upfitting. But has nothing to do with this 25.
There are different types of upfitting.
Yes, because that's going to be a Tahoe, and we're talking about the F-150s on this one. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion, or would there, oh, Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, I just wanted to mention, I did reach out to actually Peter Collins about the equipment, and he reassured me that this is, a really, I think he used the word dynamic, to make the officers just more dynamic. In a sense, it just makes it more transparent, for the community. And I was watching where the money was being funded from. So yes, this is something definitely that the crime prevention fund is for, which is to, protect and prevent crime. And I think this is a good item. And I just wanted to, when there's something that I don't agree with or something that I do agree with, I do like to point it out. So I just wanted to say, yes, I do approve. And with this, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 3? Okay, there being no one, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next item is item number 8, and that is a resolution for the negotiation of terms with Nueces County for a proposed London area TURZ. Councilman Barrera.
Okay, just a couple of things. I guess, number one, I fully support. So all we're doing is this is to enter into negotiations with the county, and this is our side, correct?
So, yes, Heather Holber, Assistant City Manager. So what this is that Nueces County had provided some terms that they would like to be considered within their interlocal agreement. So a reminder that the city creates the TURZ zone, and then the other taxing entities participate through the TURZ zone through an interlocal agreement. So historically, the interlocal agreements have just talked about just kind of the terms, the contribution percentage, things along those lines. So this is a little different in the fact that there are very specific asks that the county has to be included in the interlocal agreement. So that is the terms that they proposed. The city has we've gone through and staff has worked through, and there are basically counter proposals on how we feel like we can accomplish what they're asking for. And so what this is basically they had asked that City Council consider these responses coming from city staff and make them, I guess, official, take action on them.
And so can any amendments be made after the TURZ has been put together? I mean, it would be the action of the TURZ board?
So this is the interlocal agreement. So no, the TURZ board, so the interlocal agreement is actually approved by both the taxing entity or the person entering the interlocal agreement along with City Council. The interlocal agreements are not approved by the TURZ board, they're approved by City Council.
Well, actually, I meant for the TURZ itself. For example, the boundaries.
Yes.
Okay, so the boundaries could be amended. The boundaries could be amended by the TURZ board.
Exactly. So the TURZ board would have control over recommendations for boundary amendments, for amendments to the project and financing plan. Within this one, we are working off of subzones, and so they can recommend additional subzones to be considered, additional projects. So the TURZ board has that power. That's what they're charged with.
Okay, and then I saw in here, let me see if I can find it. As far as the makeup of the board, which I agree with, like this, I'm trying to find the page.
Yeah, slide number 12 has the TURZ, the boards.
So, we've had some very spirited competitiveness against developers lately. So I guess the thing is that how is the developer And I know in this particular case, we've got a very specific project, which I very much support. But what happens if we have another project that comes up that falls into that?
Sure, so just like any other, so for example, TURZ number 4 has a community member that is on the board. So that board is made up of not only city, county, Del Mar, but also there's a representative from the Lexington, from the aquarium, and also from the community. So just like on the other boards, the developer representative would apply, go through the application process and have to apply for the board, and then be appointed by city council.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I spent last night, obviously, I called you this morning to look at this. It's just, I just want to, I don't want to get into this position where we have competing developers all of a sudden. And I mean, I appreciate the developer this year and I support him 100%. I brought this to us and I think it's a great deal. It's just, I don't want to get where we're all of a sudden now we're putting ourselves together to just have one developer. And then I don't, because that gets it thrown back at us.
So the intention behind this is, while we have one developer that has brought forward several projects that are going to be for consideration, this is not a developer-initiated TURZ. So just for clarification, this is not a developer-initiated TURZ. This is a city-initiated TURZ. So city staff brought this forward for consideration. While right now we have one developer that has engaged on some potential projects within the zone, this is open to any developer group that wants to come in and propose projects within the zone. The intention behind having this developer representative on the board is not necessarily, it doesn't have to be, it could be anybody from the development community, preferably somebody who isn't operating within the London area, to be able to represent the development community. But it would go through the same process we would for any of our board members, in the fact that they would have to apply, they would have to be qualified, and then they would have to be appointed.
So this isn't a specific developer?
No, this is not a specific, this is a developer representative.
That gets appointed, just like anything.
Exactly. Just like I said, it would be the same type of thing as we have on TURZ number 4, where we have a community representative. The community representative has to meet certain criteria, living on the island.
Gotcha. I thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
I didn't get you the first time. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
And on that, Heather, so if it is why wouldn't we just call it a community stakeholder?
We can call it a community stakeholder. We had focused on the development, since this is primarily, since this one is not going to have business incentives, it's not going to have, this is going to be primarily for infrastructure. Right. So we had geared it towards someone who's involved in the development community, since they would be involved and have more knowledge on that. We can title this a community community representative. It is definitely up to, it could be up to the city council, it could be up to the TURZ board.
I think the concern was, as somewhat mentioned, was, so what happens when the development is done? A new developer comes in, but you have the developer from the prior development.
We can set a 1-year term. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do on there.
Does that need to be done today, or is that something that can be considered later?
It can be considered later. Okay. So this is something that would lay out a whole reserve a position for either a community representative or a developer representative. It can be changed and modified. Yeah. We could put different qualifications on it. So the primary intention was to have somebody from the community that is developing in there. And hopefully we're going to have, multiple more developments over and above the 3 that have been proposed to date.
Right. Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, this TURZ is somewhat unique in the sense that you create subzones within the TURZ area.
That is correct.
And that subzone is exclusive to that one area, and the funding goes to that particular project.
Exactly. So each subzone would have their own development agreement, and only the increment created by that subzone would go back to that development. So it's not like it is in our other ones, where we grab increment from all of the area within the TURZ.
Right. So if you have a certain area that's actually currently excluded but wants to be added to it, they can create their own subzone within the TURZ once it's added.
And then ask for, they can request modification of boundaries.
Have their own developer agreement, so
exactly.
It wouldn't exclude somebody, since this is kind of different in the sense it's not the entire zone, you have these subzones.
Yes.
So I don't think there's any issues.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we have a motion. Did we have a second? We have a second. Please, anybody from the audience, would you like to make public comment on item number 7, or I'm sorry, what, number 8?
Hi, my name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. I would speak in opposition to this. I just don't see a need for a TURZ out in London. I think that the TURZ has done good work at North Beach. I think it's largely completed its work already out on the island. I think there's a huge need, a much greater need for a TURZ in some other parts of the city. I think we'd look at the near west side in particular. And for that reason, I just don't think that this is a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Anyone else on item number 8? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. And please. Yes, Councilman Scott.
The motion is to approve our responses.
That is correct. That is what it is to approve our responses. And I will note that on the administrative costs, so the county did clarify in their wording they sent over to us that it would said that the Nueces County can be reimbursed up to $50,000 over the life of the agreement. What they're actually requested is $50,000 per year over the life of the agreement.
That's not, that's, what? That's different. What? I heard it was $2,000 a year for 10 years or whatever that is.
No, so what they did clarify, actually, we received clarification yesterday, was that what they had what was there was that they are requesting up to $50,000 a year annually for reimbursement of administrative expenses. Now, what we are proposing is similar to how we fund, how we allocate the administrative expenses for the city, is that, ours is done off of an indirect cost allocation where we look at the actual hours and staff time spent, and that is what's allocated as cost. We would propose that wording still remains the same in the fact that we would ask for basically documentation on the time spent for the administration.
And that is included in the city response?
Yes.
So the motion to approve the city response includes a reimbursable for actual time and up to $50,000 a year?
A year, yes, yes. I'm sorry, I should have pointed that out earlier, but yes, we'll need to include that in our response.
It's $50,000 a year?
Yes.
Instead of over the life of the agreement?
Yes, exactly. They did clarify that yesterday.
Okay, I don't know about that, but.
Yeah, and that came in yesterday. God dog it, man. Nothing like that. But yeah. But what you're saying is our counter proposal is to pay up to 50 based on actual.
Similar to how we do for city expenses. So our city expenses are up to $100,000 a year based off of actual time spent in administration of the TURZ. We would ask the same from the county.
So we're not amending the resolution, right? The city's response is the same? Is that correct, what's in here? Or are we going to add per year?
I think we need to add per year.
Okay, so yeah, we'll need an amendment when y'all are ready to add that.
We need to add per year, and we need to also add based on staff time and resources spent. Yeah, so we would replace the phrase over the life of the agreement we would replace it with the phrase $50,000 a year based on staff time and resources spent.
Yeah, up to $50,000 a year. Yeah.
Right, up to $50,000. This appears under the reimbursement for administrative expenses section of the document.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we have annexed the property already?
Yeah.
No, okay. And so once this is what this is?
No.
Okay, well then explain again to me.
Okay, so we're creating the zone.
Yeah.
Which zone can be within the city limits or outside of the city limits.
Mm-hmm.
Everything within this zone is non-annexed, undeveloped land.
Mm-hmm.
And then to participate for any development that wants to participate or be considered for TURZ incentives, they would need to agree to annex.
Mm-hmm.
We would have development agreement with them, and they would need to agree, so basically the qualifications where you would need to annex, you would need to connect to city sewer, and then you would also need to agree that your development would have aspects over and above what is required within our UDC. So a higher level of development would need to be required to be eligible to receive these incentives. They would be primarily for reimbursement of water, wastewater, storm water, wastewater, stormwater, basically the utilities type infrastructure, roads, and things like that. And that's what they would be used for. So, like I said, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, it would be spreading our resources, our, police department, our fire, our, all that, so.
It would, but this is one where it is not 100% of the increment, only 50% of the increment would go back in as incentives. The other 50% of any increment that is created goes directly to the city to help offset the cost of any of that development coming on.
But if we didn't pass it, because I'm reading the physical impact says there is no physical impact if we don't pass it.
So as in this, today, you're not creating the TURZ. This is just for the negotiation point, so there is no fiscal impact to this. And actually, even the creation of the TURZ, there's not a fiscal impact in the fact of we don't know what development's going to be there, so you're not writing a check of anything at this time.
Right, but you're laying down it
would be 50% of any future development that is granted a TURZ incentive reimbursement.
And like I've said it a couple of times, I'll keep repeating it. District 2 does not have a TURZ. We have, we're already developed, and so, my stance has been until we get our sidewalks, I will not be supporting any TURZ. So I just,
and I know you and I have talked about this. Unfortunately, in areas that are developed, it does make it more challenging unless it is something where you're coming in and redeveloping. And I think there are some other great options to help with the sidewalk.
Yeah, well, that's just one of them. But again, I think it should be, I think we should do a better job now that we have such a large economic development department. I think we've got I don't know, how many people do we have in the economic development?
I don't know, we're cutting 3 in the budget, so.
Wait, no, but how many do we have now?
So there'll be three or four left, that's it.
No.
I'll check, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I want to say that's 7 or?
That includes parking. We also have parking enforcement involved in that too.
Okay, so there's 7 people in economic development, and y'all have not figured out a way how to help the people that have already had, developed like District 2, District 3 that have, we don't have any growth, left, right? So I think, there should be a process to help, former council member Klein said, about helping some of these areas that really, really need them, because what happens with these TURZ is that we keep leaving a hole. It keeps going on the outside and the inside is crumbling. So again, that's why I will not support it, but if you'll give me the number of the Economic Development Department, I'd like that.
And Councilwoman, if I may jump in here, I made some comments in the past about how there is no process. And so I will here soon be putting something on an agenda that says we need to have a moratorium on TURZ, because right now there is not a process. And the TURZ is not always the tool either. It's not always the tool. But I specifically brought up districts 2 and 3 because there's a lot of need there. And so there needs to be a process, and I think that the county even put on a moratorium because they had no process. And it was just coming up, and it was a great idea, and it is. And I do support this TURZ, but I understand what you're talking about, and I think it is incumbent on us to say, we have to establish a process before we just continue to create TURZ right and left and, here and there. Right. It's not that they don't make sense, it's just that there is no process. So that's what I'd like to see moving forward, is creating a process and then moving forward. And I think we actually are going to have, you'll be included in that, and so will Councilman Ken too, a meeting to sit down and look at these areas to say, what is the right tool? Mm-hmm. What is the right tool for your area and for Councilman Cantu's area? Mm-hmm. And they cross, because we need to do something there. So I just want you to know that, but that'll be.
I appreciate that.
Here soon, absolutely.
Well, again, and it's not against, the developer or any of the development, because I know that they're just, doing what they, what they do, which is create, homes and businesses to attract, more people to live in. But at the same time, it's also taken away from us, again, the people that have been living here the longest and paying their taxes, day in, day out, and then seeing their small dollars go out, again, out into the suburbs or what have you. What is the amount of people that we have?
Yes, ma'am, right. So there's 8 in our economic.
Okay, I knew it was quite a bit. So 8 people in economic development, and I know you mentioned that there's also, parking attendants, but again, I think we do, and thank you, Mayor, for mentioning that we need to develop some kind of program that helps inner city, but, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I want to go back to the reason for this TURZ. The state has taken away our ability to unilaterally annex areas outside the city limits within our ETJ. Okay, so in order not to have, these acre lots with septic tanks, we want to make sure that we have the ability and the tools to be able to control development and have good density in these areas for this type of project. This is just one of the tools to do it. We also have a public improvement district tool. We have several other tools that are available to us, but this is one that we could utilize to have good development in the area, right? So I want to make sure we understand that. And I agree with former Councilmember Klein that we do need some TURZ probably in the Leopard corridor or the Agnes corridor that, for redevelopment. Or heirs. Okay, you have some areas that you can do improvements on, okay, but that's something that we'll have to put together as policy within the city to identify those areas. No different from the economic development zones that were created during the previous Trump administration that identified areas that could be utilized for economic redevelopment, right? So, but aside from that, we don't have that authority in order to just kind of do that. This benefits us to make sure that we have wastewater in those areas, make sure we have good development, we have good infrastructure. This is an important tool that we need to utilize for this undeveloped area. And I understand there's some sprawl considerations, thoughts there, but it's better to have a good policy and development utilizing this tool. So I want to say I'm supportive of this particular process, and this is unique type of TURZ I'm not familiar with, but it's always, I'm not going to get out of my comfort zone and go ahead and go forward. So thank you.
And I would like to clarify, so Councilmember Campos, you said that the TURZs take money basically away from other areas of town. So clarification on that, though, is that this one is a 50% TURZ. There is no dollars coming from any other part of town that is being used for any type of incentive. The TURZs only utilize the new revenue. So if there's revenue coming from this, or actually there's not because it's all out of the city limits, but it is nothing that is existing is going to be taken away. And unlike a lot of our other TURZs, we are looking very forward to this and not wanting to jeopardize to have other parts of the town having to pay for expanded fire, police, that type of stuff. So this is only a 50% contribution. So 50% of $1 that is created by development within this zone, 50 cents of that will go back to help offset those increased services, and then 50 cents will go in to help offset the cost of the infrastructure that is being provided.
And that's why I remained kind of quiet, at the beginning, because I was still trying to, rationalize it, because I see that at least this TURZ is way better than the previous ones that we have had, right? And so yeah, I was still, on the fence trying to figure out, how we could make this work. So I do appreciate you, the further explanation, and, we'll see how this works.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you. I do think that in the future that we need, when we're talking about a moratorium or something like that, but we need some kind of education. The term TURZ, it's almost used like we use filing our taxes. There's many types of taxes that you file. And this particular vehicle and I'm just kind of expounding on what Councilmember Hernandez said. The reason this TURZ is put in place is a lot different than North Beach, for example.
Exactly.
It's not the same type of TURZ. We call it a TURZ, but it's not the same. And you take a look at what is the option that we have if we don't go forward with this TURZ in the London area. So you can do a MUD, you can do other things like that, and it's not going to benefit the city. So in terms of if you're looking out for the city and the growth and the success of that area, then you would understand that this particular type of TURZ is a necessity. So I just want to make sure that when we go back and we talk about those things, and that, because I really do believe that what's happening is we're just throwing the word TURZ out there and we're trying to apply that to different areas. I mean, I shouldn't say I live, but Calallen's an important area to me, and I don't have a TURZ out there. We don't have sidewalks, but that might not be the right vehicle for that either. So anyway, I just want to remind everybody that. Thank you.
And I'll build off of that a little bit. So, talking about the benefit of this. So, while this benefits the city in the fact that we're bringing more hopefully denser development within to the city limits, this also benefits Del Mar. If Del Mar chooses to participate, anything that is annexed into the city limits is now within the Del Mar district. In addition to, the county is wanting less of the larger lot on septic type of development. And so by bringing this in and requiring that these developments hook into city sewer, and also helping control through the TURZ incentives on what type of development, helping plan more appropriately to ensure we have proper areas for school expansion, for regional parks, for things along those lines. This really helps. So it is not just a benefit to the city, but it is actually a benefit to all of the taxing entities that would be participating or are considering participating in the TURZ.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, please submit. Oh,
you need to amend.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Rebecca, to accommodate this new information, do I need to articulate those amendments? So I made the motion to approve, but I can change my motion to amend.
You can make a motion to amend now, and the amendment would be under the reimbursement for administrative expenses, that section of the resolution. It would read, Nueces County can be reimbursed for up to $50,000 per year based on staff's time and resources spent.
Make a motion to amend for that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Can we do that one voice and then
Voice?
the final
Sure.
one? Yes, ma'am.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, Ms. Campbell's,
And then we'll pass it as
the
amended.
motion carries. Okay.
Make a motion to approve?
No, we have it, so all we need to do is vote at this
As
point.
amended.
Because it's already.
Ready?
Yeah, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Next item pulled was item number 10. That is a resolution authorizing an advance funding agreement with TxDOT for the Encantada Avenue Pedestrian Safety Improvement Project for infrastructure improvements. And who pulled this item?
I did.
You did. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ernie. I just had a quick question. I know, I believe I was speaking with Renee, and I was hoping to get kind of a timeline, and she explained that the nature of this project, since we're authorizing the agreement or this relationship with TxDOT to move forward on this specific project, that we weren't at this time really able to provide a timeline. I did note on slide 3 of the presentation that the applicant responsible for pre-construction or is responsible for pre-construction activities. That's the use of the local funds like design, environmental clearance, right-of-way, utility, and a payment, direct state costs. So since there's a few action items on that end, my curiosity was maybe that gives us a little bit of a timeline just for public communication and involvement, that type of thing.
Okay. Mayor, Council, Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. To answer your question, you're wanting to know when we go to construction, how soon? Or
Design, construction, just any kind of timeline.
okay, so right now, all designs are completed.
Okay.
With Freese and Nichols doing the design. So that process is complete. All that is left is for us to go through the administrative process. If council chooses to approve this AFA, Then the next step is to go through an administrative process for executing the advanced funding agreement. And then after that, Jeff Edmonds and his department will go through the procurement process to go to construction.
Okay. So construction is fairly near on the horizon.
And Jeff could elaborate on how long his procurement process takes to give you specifics, but you're looking at execute or approval here. Administrative process could take anywhere from 1 month, 2 months, and then Jeff comes in with his procurement process, which is going through the low bid process and then getting a contractor and then executing the documents to initiate construction. But really, the ball is in TxDOT's court to go through the administrative process of getting the federal approvals and then the state approvals before we can start our process.
I understand. Is there any kind of estimation, even though I know that we are, waiting on our partner with TxDOT, just for looking at events previously?
All right, we're 3 to 4 months from bringing a construction contract award to council after we get the green ball from TxDOT.
3 to 4 months after we get
TxDOT approval.
How long is TxDOT going to take?
So altogether, you're looking about a 6-month timeframe, ma'am.
Okay, so 6 months before we start the work, right?
Yes, sir.
Understanding it's hypothetical, just was looking
Yes,
for
ma'am.
something.
Yes, ma'am. About 6-month timeframe.
So 6 months, that would place us towards the end of the year?
Yes, sir.
Towards the end of the year.
Okay. The councilwoman's asking so the community can know, right?
It's a very important project. I think it's well placed. It's going to be really helpful for safety purposes, just like is stated. But it's a high impact location
Probably
because
January.
of the school, the high density residential. So I just want to stay ahead of the process so we can communicate that, evaluate the timeline, and how that correlates with the school there for access to it. Like I said, it's a lot of residential that drains right there.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. What I can do for all these projects is after, or hypothetically after approval, I can get with TxDOT to get a schedule for us, and then I could put together a schedule with Jeff's process, and then submit to you all for your summary and review.
Okay. On this type of project, do we know a ballpark for construction timeline? Start to finish?
Yes, so it's really just sidewalks and ADA ramps. So it could be 6 months, pretty quick project. It's not like a street project where you have to go and tear out a lot. We're just tying sidewalk to the back of curb on Encantada, and then doing some ramps and then some signage. So
maybe we can be creative with
that.
how we start from either front or back of project to correlate with the school year.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. We can get you that information.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And then with that, I move to approve.
Second. Councilman Hernandez.
You have other projects in here. You also have some of the applications for others. So, like, for example, Brook Road in District 5. That one we have on for design only in the bond project. There's no funding to do the improvements to that basically county road. So what is exactly, how are you going to incorporate this funding if we don't have the rest of it set up yet to do any improvements?
How are we going to incorporate the funding for Brook Road? So Brook Road was not included in this packet because of the overlap for the bond project, as you mentioned. Right. We did check with the MPO and asked if we could reallocate the funds, and the answer was no. Okay. So we could only go with the bond project for Brook Road, which goes from Amatrin to Rodville.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Public comment, Mayor.
I didn't have. Anyone like to make public comment on item number 10?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, my name is Jim Klein. Again, I live in District 2. Just very quickly, I would just give kudos to the Public Works Department to moving forward on this. I think this is a school safety issue. It really should have been fixed a long time ago. I think it's paramount that we get this fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Anyone else? Item number 10. Okay, there being no one else, we'll close public comment, and please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And our last item pulled was item number 13. That is a resolution nominating Flint Hills Resources to the Office of the Governor, Economic Development and Tourism. Councilwoman Campos, I think you pulled that one.
I did pull it. Thank you, Mayor. It's a good and a bad thing. Do you want to go ahead and enlighten the community about this resolution and what this entails, what Flint Hills is
Yeah,
doing?
definitely, Councilwoman. For the record, Randy Almaguer with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. I do compliance and incentives. So what this is Flint Hills Resources has an opportunity to apply for a state-level refund. It's called the Texas Enterprise Zone Program, which is having to do with CapEx and jobs. What they're doing is purchasing machinery and equipment at the state level, gets submitted, and it goes to the comptroller's office with anything that's getting purchased there that's that qualifies for reimbursement. So that they're buying, they're doing a $150 million capital investment, and they're retaining 500 jobs. So what they do is their team puts together their package, and it's all paid for up front. Then they submit it to the comptroller's office, and on their end, they go down, line items, see what's qualified, and then get reimbursement on the sales and use tax. So that's what they're doing, and this is just part of a process. And actually, this is a resolution is needed at the local level. That's part of the requirement. Also, we're required to get the city manager's signature or designee as well. It's a pretty extensive application. They're required to get a consultant as well. So I appreciate everyone for taking the time to look at the information I did pass over. I know y'all did do one back in May as well as CITGO, so this was still kind of fresh topic kind of thing. And I know last time it didn't get pulled, but I appreciate you pulling that, Councilwoman.
Well, the reason that I asked you to go ahead and read the resolution and to mention the $150 million, the investment that is going to be made here in your plant, the reason that I bring it up is because I want to tie it to the IDAs, the industrial district agreements, that even though you're going to make that investment here, which we appreciate, but the city in turn will not see those 100% investments for the first 4.5 years, if I'm correct. So again, I just want to say there's a good and the bad. I do thank Flint Hills. You've been here with us for, I don't know how many years, 40, 50 years? I don't know, long time. So you're one of those companies that, does some good for the community, but in the opposite end, I'm just pointing out that, if there's ever an opportunity that, I think CITGO does not do this, but I would challenge Flint Hills to allow or to pay their, because $150 million investment would be a lot on our end, for tax purposes. So I'm just, saying if there's any way that, CITGO could also be a better community partner by allowing this to happen as these things occur, that'd be great. But I know you can't answer that, but I'm just putting it out there. But with that, I go ahead and move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and please submit your votes. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 14 is a zoning case number ZN 8634, Saratoga 400 Partners, LLC, located in District 3.
All right, do we have a clicker? We don't have a clicker today. Waiting for the presentation. There we go. Michael Dice, Director of Development Services. Today before you is zoning case ZN 8634. Saratoga 400 Partners LLC is the applicant. The property is in Mr. Cantu's district, D3, with a request to rezone from the RS 4.5, a single family 4.5 district,
to the RS 4.5 PUD single family with a planned unit development overlay. Subject property is 32.8 acres of a 256-acre property. The preliminary plat was approved November 1st of 2023. Next slide. Purpose of the request is to allow for a denser residential development, accommodating a total of 256 dwelling units. Property is part of the West Side Development Plan adopted in January of 23. The subject parcel is zoned RS 4.5 currently, and then basically all around it is 4.5. There is some RE to the north and RS 6 to the east. Next slide. Public notification, there were no other property owners within the 200-foot boundary, so no public notification was mailed. Signage was posted on Saratoga for the subject property. Next slide. So this is a site plan provided by the applicant, and it also has the deviation table to the right. The minimum lot area proposed to reduce to 4,000 square foot lots from the 4,500 standard. And then the minimum lot width would also reduce from 45 to 40. Next slide. Proposed rezoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and future land use of medium density residential. The PUD overlays to be applied will maintain the compatibility of present zoning and the conforming uses to be soon established. The parcel to be rezoned is suitable for uses permitted in the zoning district. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez.
Didn't let you get away.
50-foot right-of-way.
Just a real quick question, since the width of the lots are reducing, there's obviously a parking concern.
Correct.
This is still required to have 4 parking spots on the property?
Well, the UDC only requires 1 parking space for a residential, but this does still require the 50-foot right-of-way and the 28-foot street back-to-back. So we're only limiting 5 foot for the width of the property, and that reduces it down to that 4,000 square foot.
So what's the requirement for the parking that's on site? Just one parking?
Correct.
And the setback is still the same, 20 feet?
20 foot, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 14? Or does the developer would like, I don't know if they're here or not, but no? Okay. There being none, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 15 is a briefing on City of Corpus Christi logo update, and this is under Section L, briefings.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. Elisa Olson, Director of Communications. Sorry. Clicker. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I have a briefing today for you on some updates that we've made to the city logo. But before I jump into that, I thought I would differentiate a little bit for a moment between the city seal and the city logo. So the seal is up here on the wall behind me. It's also in the rotunda area in the mosaic tile on the floor, and it has been in use since 1952. It is a very formal context. Oftentimes, a city government or even a state agency will have a seal for use by very official documents. So we reserve it for use by the mayor, the city council, the city manager, things like that. The seal was designed to honor the city's 100-year anniversary in 1952. And at that time, they did a contest across junior and senior high schools in the area, and a young lady named Miss Marianne Humble, a student of Ray High School, won the contest. And I think it's interesting and important to note that there were no computers that did graphic design back then, so this is a hand illustration by a student that has been used since that time. So not to be confused with the city logo. The city logo is up in the top of that photograph. You can see it in the top left-hand side of the building, and this is our primary branding mark, a vital branding tool that we use in everything that's public-facing. You guys have all seen it. It was created for the city's 150-year anniversary in 2002, and it was outsourced to a third party and has been used sort of widely and publicly for over 20 years. And in marketing, we call that brand equity. There's a lot of brand equity in this mark. People recognize it, they see it, they know it's City of Corpus Christi when they see that. So I'm about to go through just the brief list of things that we've updated, but before I do that, I did want to mention that this is in no way a redesign of the logo, so we weren't trying to radically change it. It is not a rebranding initiative, simply a simple update that was necessitated by the New Harbor Bridge. So the new updated logo does include the new bridge, and we've taken out the old one and put in the new one. It looks really nice. While we were in there, similar to the seal, this was designed a long time ago, and graphic design technology has really evolved since 2002. So we got in there to look at it, and we realized there were some little crooked lines and things in there that we cleaned up. So we did tweak the design of the mirador. The drawing perspective on it was off, and we fixed that. We straightened a few lines. There were a couple of lines that were very, very, very faint and light, and when you reduce the logo down to a small size, such as for embroidery on a shirt, those lines just disappeared. So, you know, we just kind of polished it up a little bit in that regard, and this is it. And actually, I have kind of a backup slide here I'm just going to go to so you can see it side by side. So those are the updates, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilman Cantu.
Quick question. I'm sure we're going to approve it, but are we going to change everything throughout the city?
Yeah, so what we'll do is what we call a soft launch. So with respect to the cost that would involve, what we'll just ask city departments to use up their supplies of any printed materials that they already have, and when they naturally would have placed a new order, for example, for business cards or something like that, then they'll do so. So we do not anticipate any extra cost to the city to roll this out. It should be pretty simple.
What about signs on buildings, stuff like that? We're going to keep it the same for now till we have to check it out?
I would recommend we keep them the same for now. Those signs, building signage, monument signage, things like that is very expensive. So I would just kind of let it go until it needs to be naturally replaced and then do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Elisa, you and your team did a great job.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all we have. Thank you very much for the update. We appreciate it. So moving on, we'll go to Section M, City Manager's Comment, Update on City Operations. Mr. Zanoni.
I'm looking for Drew. So we're going to use this time to do an update on our water sources, but we're going to focus today on the Mary Rhodes pipeline.
Okay.
And Drew is here who will present. We also have our engineer of record that's helped us on the Mary Rhodes pipeline, HDR. And Drew sent a memo out late last night. It was a little later than we had hoped to the mayor and council that summarizes a lot of what he's going to go over today. That memo was 4 pages long, so it's a pretty in-depth analysis and overview and background of the Mary Rhodes pipeline. So we know that the Mary Rhodes pipeline today is supplying more than 70% of our water, and we just want to make sure the council and the community understands it. There's been some information last week or the week before that may not have been as clear, and so we want to make sure the community, and especially the mayor and council, knows the facts about the Mary Rhodes pipeline. So, Drew, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here today. So, as Peter just mentioned, we'll go through a couple slides here. We'll focus on the alternative water supply projects that we've been working on. We won't necessarily go into great detail on all these projects, but what we will do is we'll go into some detail on one of these projects in particular, and then we'll transition over to discussing the Mary Rhodes pipeline and certainly open it up for questions. So the Nueces groundwater program, we continue to work on this project. The Nueces water well project is really kind of geared into 2 different phases. So phase 1 of this project is developing groundwater supplies from and along the Nueces River in groundwater wells and directing that groundwater into the Nueces River. It's the quickest way to get raw water into our raw water system. On the eastern well field, all properties that the city of Corpus Christi owns, we have 8 wells that have been identified. 5 of those wells are fully operational today, and we are pushing about 5 to 7 million gallons a day of water into the river, and that's not insignificant, 5 to 7 million gallons a day. We have 3 remaining wells that will be operational by August 31st. One of the things I think is really important to note is that we certainly want to be good stewards to our neighbors, and so it's imperative that we have good hydrogeologic modeling that's done, and we have really sound technical experts that are beyond the capacity of the city staff to be able to look at the hydrogeologic formations that we're pulling water out of. And so we have a company called Interra, and we just met with them. We continue to meet with them, but recently we met with them, and what they've looked at is that the short-term sustainable supply, so when I say short-term, I'm talking about 3 years, it's about 13 million gallons a day. So what does that mean? That means we can pump about 13 million gallons a day, we can put it in the river, we have a TCQ bed and bank permit that was just recently approved, and we can supplement the river with 13 million gallons a day. It's essentially upstream of the Owen Stevens water treatment plant. So Owen Stevens water treatment plant has the benefit of receiving that raw water. We have been in very close concert with our partners that are also taking water from the river. So I'll just mention a couple of them. You've got the District Number 3, Water Control Improvement District Number 3. We've been in close concert with Flint Hills, San Patricia Municipal Water District, and Celanese. So all of them are very aware of what we're doing and the plan that we've initiated. What's also interesting is, as I mentioned, phase 1, so just think of phase 1 is putting water in the river to buy us more time. Phase 2, and this is an alternative that's potentially available, and that is basically taking the raw water that we are putting in the river and transitioning it to a long-term sustainable approach, would treat that water at a future brackish RO plant and then provide that water into the drinking water system. It is the lowest cost option. Why is it the lowest cost option? It's the lowest cost option because we own the water rights. We own the water rights on those locations. It's in Nueces County, so we have the ability to control how we extract that water, so we do it responsibly. The modeler that we have, as I mentioned, Interra, has looked at this eastern well field. Again, they looked at it from a 13 million gallon per day short-term water supply into the river. They also looked at it from a long-term standpoint. So if we were to use this water supply in the long term, how much water could we pull safely out of that aquifer? And the answer is 11, and that's shown on the screen. So 11 million gallons a day is water that we could ultimately deliver to a future brackish RO plant, treat it, and put it into our drinking water system. The western well field, that is one that we are currently developing as we speak. We purchased some additional property back in June of 2025. We have one well that's drilled on the property today. We're test pumping it today. We will have water quality within the next week or so. Initial results show that the water quality is pretty good. It's not surprising that the water quality is better in that location because Interra, who is our hydrogeologist, actually did a study about 10 years ago, and when they looked at viable locations for groundwater, this site that we're drilling on happens to be one of the top locations. So that is fairly fortuitous. So modeling and testing that has been done on this aquifer, on this well field site, our modeler, our hydrogeologist is saying long-term, 17 million gallons a day is the long-term sustainable supply from this well field. So again, I just want to highlight a couple things as well on this project. I'll just say it again, it is the lowest cost option, one of the things that is attractive on this project. And again, whether it becomes a long-term project or just a short-term project, we have that flexibility. It's all grant funded, at least up to $30 million. So that is absolutely a good thing for the ratepayer. That's something that we all know is important, is the ratepayer. So the ratepayer is protected to the extent that we can keep rates low. And this will continue to be a good project in terms of augmenting groundwater into the river. And then, like I said, a decision has to be made as to whether or not we want to continue to develop this raw water as a source of future brackish water for a treatment plant down the road. This, I will just reiterate, this is a 2025, 2026 project. So one question that we do get a lot is, and we get it, we believe strongly that we need water now. We need water now. This is a water now project. So this is a 2025, 2026 project. Just as a reminder, we started this project about 6 months ago. So 6 months ago, we started it. I will say, even going back a little bit further than that, this was a project that initially had some old wells that we looked at. So we didn't create a new playbook on this one. This was a playbook back from the 60s, 70s, 80s. There were old wells that were along the Nueces River that the city had essentially worked with landowners. And these landowners agreed to let the city drill wells on their property. And those wells served as a source of groundwater into the river. And so as part of this project, we went back and we looked at all of those wells. There were about 8 of them. And we actually tried to rehabilitate all 8 of those wells. And unfortunately, we weren't successful in rehabilitating those 8 wells. So that's why we've pursued our own wells on our own property that the city of Corpus Christi owns. Okay, so I'm going to transition now to the Mary Rhodes pipeline. As the city manager just mentioned, we did send out a memo yesterday. It was fairly substantive, and I think the objective today is to try to break that down into some bite-sized pieces, basically give an overview on not just that memo, but a reminder to all of us here in the community, as we all know, how important the Mary Rhodes pipeline is to the city, especially now when our Western supply resources are under a lot of constraints.
And Drew, before you do that, can I just, can we go back to that prior slide?
Yes, sir.
One more. Let's just quickly update the council on all these projects. So Drew just went over the Nueces River one, the Evangeline groundwater project. We have a 2-hour meeting on Wednesday with Bruce Hill to begin to organize ourselves with Bruce Hill and deliverables. We sent him the term sheet yesterday that City Council approved, so they have it in writing now. I signed the letter. So Wednesday is a very important meeting because for 2 hours, and if it takes more, it'll take more, we'll lay out the steps to produce the water. So that includes things like when are they going to get the transfer permits, drilling permits, when are we going to get on site to lay out the well field, that type of thing. So important meeting on Wednesday. South Texas Water Authority, Drew met with them a week ago or so. There's some updates there. The EV Ranch, they sent a new proposal late last week. It's a new written proposal. I think Dr. Mintz is not in it anymore or something like that. But so we have a new proposal still to go through on that one. CC Polymers desalinization plant project. We're organizing this week. We being myself, Drew, and CDM Smith. Next Wednesday we'll be meeting with them. Councilman Hernandez is asked to be a sponsor on the project from the council, so he'll be there with us next Wednesday. It'll be Councilman Hernandez, myself, Drew, our consultant, to meet directly with CC Polymers on that project, specifically to go over the CDM Smith analysis that they put together. So there's some good news there. And then the Reclaim Water Project, we're going to be bringing information to council on August 25th. Actually, there's a meeting on August, no, that's right. There's a meeting next week, but on August 25th, we're going to bring this project to City Council, a concept that a proposer has brought to our attention. And so that'll be Tuesday, August 25th. We'll bring to the full council details on this project.
26th, yeah.
25th, right?
Is it September 2nd?
Let me double check. Well,
okay.
Yeah, September 2nd with council, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, August 25th is the internal meeting. September 2nd is the council briefing. So
yes, sir.
Just a quick update. I didn't want to derail your presentation, Drew, but every one of these projects are progressing forward, and especially the Evangeline this Wednesday will be very important on moving that project forward.
Councilwoman?
Yeah.
Paxton?
Thank you, Peter. I know you and I spoke very briefly this morning, but is there something to be said about Harbor Island? I noticed it wasn't in here.
Yes, right. And then Harbor Island's not on here, but the next step for Harbor Island is we did get the briefing last week from Executive Director Byram. And what we want to do is he's briefed me and Drew late last year on a reservation fee program that they have. We need to bring that back to council to see is the council interested in being a potential partner or customer, if you will. And so I have to work with John Byram to see if we can get an updated reservation fee amount and how many gallons, and then we'll bring that to City Council within the next 2 weeks, depending on his schedule. No, Councilwoman Paxton and I talked this morning. I'm not sure if we'll be ready for next Tuesday. If not, then the very next council meeting.
Okay.
I would
Maybe
recommend
like a
bringing
consider
something to
an
the City
act.
Council at a minimum for more conversation.
Maybe like a consider an act,
Yes.
potentially. Okay,
Right.
thank you, Peter.
Yes, that would be a reservation fee for Harbor Island water.
Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, is there any way that in the future, we could basically attach the amount of water, like, let's say, for example, there's a graphic that says the amount of water each project can provide and the cost associated with it. And I think that's important so that way, because once this becomes a public document and the public can look at that and they can understand what we're evaluating. And then perhaps, not a timeline necessary, but the expectation for when the water will be available.
Right.
And then I'm kind of curious, you indicated something, you said Councilmember Hernandez was a sponsor.
Well, it's just the word I use, but Councilman Hernandez has helped to communicate with the Polymers Group. You know, there's 3 different board of directors. And so we'll bring that knowledge that he has with us when we meet with them next week.
Okay, I just, and I've said this before, I just feel very uncomfortable when council members are doing the job of staff. And I agree, Councilmember Hernandez has a high level of expertise in many issues, but I think, once again, I think it's a slippery slope when we're doing something that's initiated by a council member. Staff should vet it and then move from there. But, okay, all right. But, yeah, and if in the future you could basically, if that's not too much to ask, I know we've done the work.
We can do that.
But whenever we do that proposal, that way, that information's there for the public. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Okay.
Okay, back to the slide deck. I guess we'll have them put, okay, there we go. All right, so got a nice summary of all the projects that we're working on. I don't really think there's anything to add to the city manager's comments. Good summary. We've got the Nueces groundwater program. I think we went through that pretty well. Back to the Mary Rhodes pipeline. So this will be a real high level. We're not going to get into a lot of the details that most people know about the Mary Rhodes pipeline. Just a couple things that I think is really imperative to know. So Lake Texana is 31,440 acre feet. It's a contract water source. We have the ability to get more water from that source, which is referred to as an interruptible A and an interruptible B. That is not always afforded to us. It depends on the conditions of Lake Texana. If we're fortunate enough, we can get that. But this year we weren't so fortunate. This year we went pretty far into the year before they were able to even offer us the first interruptible. And as a result, we took it upon ourselves to lock in Formosa water. So we do have Formosa water available. And then we have the Colorado River. The Colorado River, as most of us would know, is a run of the river. It's a junior water right, but it's an important supply at 35,000 acre feet. I think this slide has been shown before, but I think it's an important one to focus on. We have on the top line, you can see contract water from Lake Texana, 31,440 acre feet. You can look across the timetable starting in 2021, and you can see, generally speaking, we really need to take all of that water. And generally speaking, we do take all of that water. Because why? Because Lake Texana water is water we're going to pay for whether or not we use it or not. So it's imperative that we take it all. As you can see, as July 31st, 2025, we're on track to take it all. Interruptible diversion. So the first interruptible diversion, again, not something that's guaranteed we're going to get. You can see in 2021 we got it, 22 we got it, 23, 24, 25 we just got it. All good. The interruptible B, which is 7,500 acre feet, you can see in 21 we got it, not offered in 22. not offered its entirety in '23. '24, we got it a little bit more, and then so far this year, we haven't been offered it. So not something you can totally rely on. And then the water rights that we have from the Colorado River, and you can see there that we have been able to take about a third of that water over the last 3 years. This year, as a result of some of the infrastructure improvements that we're going to talk more about, I will say this, anything that we do to the Mary Rhodes pipeline has to be very much calculated, and it has to be thought through a lot of different ways, because any mistake that's made on the Mary Rhodes pipeline, I don't think we all recognize the huge implications it will have if any mistakes are made. So as you can imagine, careful consideration is done. That's why we've got consultants that come in and help us look at this. And so with some good work that's been done in the last 16 months, we've been able to make some improvements to that pipeline, and we're taking what is tracking to be all of the water on the Mary Rhodes pipeline along from the Colorado River. So here we are sitting at about 20,297 acre feet. And so with that said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to Nick Winkleman. Nick's going to talk a little bit to you about the condition assessment that we've done, and then he's going to turn it over to Jerry Sneed.
Good afternoon, Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. Wanted to go over more specifically about the Mary Rhodes pipeline. It's more than just a pipeline, it's a pumping system. It includes many different components. Those components we've listed here on this slide. I won't go through them all, but as you can see, there's a lot going on. It's a complex, not just a pipeline, but a complex pumping system. The pumping system has various pump stations. Of course, we've got the intake at the LNRA facility. That's in Edna, Texas, right adjacent to Lake Texana. We have our Colorado River pumping station that's located in Bay City, Texas. And then we've got pump stations along the pipeline at both Bloomington and Woodsboro. The Mary Rhodes pipeline pumping system was originally designed to operate at what we call 4 different pumping schedules. As you can see, Schedule 1 actually has 2 different variations. Schedule 2 also has 2 different variations. The maximum pumping schedule, which we're pumping at right now, is Schedule 4. That was originally designed to operate between 72 and 79 MGD. We are currently operating at Schedule 4. That total is currently between 70 and 72 MGD. The reason for that has to do with increased friction losses and some obstructions identified in the pipeline. I'll let Jerry Sneed with HDR get into that a little further into the presentation. The MRP, this shows the MRP from Lake Texana to the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. The different colors of the pipeline identify what we call the different pressure classes of the pipeline. When I mention pressure classes, I'm really referring to its pressure rating of the pipe. In engineering practice and in cost practicality measure, it's typical, and it can be standard, where you use different pressure ratings of the pipeline throughout the extent of a long pipeline. In this case, it's 101 miles from Lake Texana to Owen Stevens. The different numbers along the pipeline show the different breaks and the locations of those breaks that we've had over the years of the pipeline since 1998. As you can see, there are different clusters along the pipeline which have had more breaks or more issues, but I would also like to point out that there have been breaks and failures basically throughout the extent of the 101 miles. December 2023, we had a pipeline failure. It was located at a joint. This is 64-inch bar wrap pipe. You can see at the bottom of the picture, there's still a little bit of water coming out of the pipeline, flowing into the excavation. What I like to point out about the excavation is that was not man excavated. That depression and all the earth that was moved is because of the water from the break. So that we didn't have to do any digging, we just had to do some cleanup to get around the break and then make the repair. The figure on the right is the pressure profile of the pipe. HDR put this together for us along with the condition assessment program, and then additionally CCW's installed 8 pressure transmitters along the pipeline so that we could better understand how the pipeline is operating. This break in December 2023 was near the Garcetas Creek location, and the red circle on the pressure profile is just showing that the operating pressure at Schedule 2B, or it's about 46 MGD, the pumping system was operating above the pressure rating of the pipe. And again, that has to do with an increased C factor or friction factor, and Jerry will get into that a little bit later in the presentation. July 2022, we had a break. This is, it was another significant break. Again, we were looking at a failure along a joint of the 64-inch diameter pipeline. And the same scenario applies. I've shown the pressure profile on the left. And again, this is what we call segment 2 of the pipeline. So this is from Bloomington, between Bloomington and Woodsboro. And with that, I'd like to turn over to Jerry Sneed. Jerry Sneed is with HDR. He is the project manager and professional engineer that managed and continues to manage our condition assessment project.
All right, can you hear me? We're good? All right, thanks, Nick. Yeah, just going to spend a few slides kind of giving maybe a recap of some of the things we've been working on over the last couple of years. Starting from the top, we started with a very high-level desktop condition assessment. That was done under a letter agreement, very short schedule, and what we were able to identify just from a very high level was those pressure exceedance clusters, if you will, that Nick shared. The next step was CCW advertised a more detailed condition assessment to the engineering community. HDR was selected and then started there in July of 2023. After that, we gave a project status memo, just kind of an update on all the things we were working on. Then moved into an evaluation of hydraulics. As the drought worsened, hydraulics became more and more of a concern, and as we learned more about the historical breaks, that became a big focus. Another thing I'd point out to you, maybe the fourth bullet there, is an emergency support for a 72-inch Mary Rhodes failure. Emergency because it wasn't expected. It was a very big deal. It shut down the entire Mary Rhodes pipeline here close to town. HDR was able to mobilize not only our staff, but our specialty sub-consultant, who was actually able to get into the Mary Rhodes for the very first time since it was constructed to analyze and help the city better understand if this was something that they should expect to continue to have happen. Fortunately, that was not the case. It was just a very isolated break, and the Mary Rhodes was overall in good condition. Continuing on, after we addressed that emergency failure, we drafted and submitted our condition assessment report draft to city staff. Staff took some time to review. It was a very big document. It was a lot of analysis, and then provided comments. During that time, the pressure exceedance areas that Nick mentioned were becoming more of an interesting topic. They were not expected. It's not normal for a pipe to have that scenario. And so one of the things we did was an emergency scope and fee development in the event that parallel pipes were going to be considered to get around those pressure exceedance areas. That was not executed. The next step for our team was we were fortunate to be well within and underneath our budget to the tune of about $1 million. That was because we advertised the project to tool providers to run a tool through the pipe. The number that came in was for a custom tool. There was a new company that was very interested in kind of showing off what they could do. So that freed up some dollars to do Amendment 1, which was additional hydraulic analysis, look at the balancing tanks at both Bloomington and Woodsboro, and then also look at the pump stations themselves. There were some questions about, well, are the pump stations operating the way they should be operating? Worked through that. A second amendment was utilized for additional combination air release vacuum valves. That was a recommendation that was made several years ago that staff then asked us to implement. That wrapped up in March of this year. The next and kind of final task that was added to our scope was an analysis of whether we could get a specialized tool into those high pressure exceedance areas to better understand really the extent. And I've got a figure coming up. Unfortunately, that's not really possible because it requires Mary Rhodes to be shut down. So maybe down the road, there'll be a point where that can be considered. And I think it would be very helpful to the city and staff to understand exactly where the debris and pressure exceedances are located. Right now, it's a pretty broad brush. So a brief recap of some of the specific things we did. This has been shown before a year or so ago, but there's some new folks in the room that maybe haven't seen this. So starting from the top, we did an internal condition assessment. And specifically, that was an acoustic leak detection. We ran a tool, it's shown in the bottom right of the photo, the little yellow thing is what we got to calling it, that listened for leaks. And the good news was it found leaks that were not known to staff. It found 3 leaks. It was a record distance for a tool. It was custom built for this project, again, under budget. So pretty exciting for the team. We were also able to do that second bullet, an electromagnetic evaluation. That's a very, that's a different process that looks at wall thickness, wire breaks. You can't do that with the pipe in service. So we only did that on about 1,500 feet or so in the 72-inch when it was shut down. So that's the big photo on the right. We did some additional drone surveys. We wanted to look to see if there was areas of leakage or erosion. We did find some eroded areas that were reported to staff. The hydraulic analysis that I mentioned, soil corrosivity, a pipe this long and in such remote areas, corrosion of metal pipes is a big deal. We did find some very corrosive soils along the pipe alignment. The good news is the pipe was designed with 2 bags, so very conservative design, so it's protected Mary Rhodes really well. And that was completed again in May of last year. So kind of findings and observations. Overall, the Mary Rhodes is performing satisfactorily at the current pumping rate, which is Schedule 4. Pipeline overall is in good shape. Some might ask, okay, but it broke 35 times. Is it in good shape? We've got the benefit of working on projects around the country, and so we can compare this to breakage rates around the country, and it's actually lower on an annual rate than some of the other pipes. So that's good news. I mentioned the 3 small leaks that were found and repaired. The past failures, again, Nick's pointed to some of those clustered areas. Some of the past failures, I think, were associated with pumping at Schedule 2 and 3, which really is related to those pressure exceedances, and I'll show you that here on the next slide. There was a few areas of erosion where local creeks and tributaries had eroded over Mary Rhodes and started to threaten Mary Rhodes, so we pointed those out to staff, and those have been addressed. I mentioned corrosivity. Pump station upgrades were also noted and have been in the works for about the last 18 months, so those are nearing completion, but some of those final steps require Mary Rhodes to be shut down, so the pump upgrades will not be 100% complete until Mary Rhodes can be taken down. And finally, just that pipe pressure exceedance areas, I can't emphasize that enough. And this is the red represents the approximate areas where those are. Now that's not intended for somebody to go put a scale and say, okay, yeah, that's 7.65 miles. It's really not that precise. We know there's some areas. We know that because we've had pressure monitors out in the field. Both HDR and CCW now has purchased to monitor those areas. Kind of starting from the 4 bullets here, the pressure exceedance areas increase the risk of Mary Rhodes failure. It was first predicted in some hydraulic analysis done in 2010 by another consultant. HDR's modeling analysis also found the same issue, where there's something going on in that bigger red stretch, and to a limited, less extent in a couple of other areas where the pipe is experiencing pressures that exceed its pressure rating. Why that's happening? Typical causes are debris, sediment, or other obstructions. But the takeaway is kind of that bullet in red, and that all pumping scenarios are affected by this. No matter whether you're pumping schedule 2, 3, 4, those still exist. How the pipeline reacts is a little bit differently, right? If you get the booster pump station engaged, they kind of pull, if you will, and they kind of help moderate what would be that high pressure at the far end. If you think of the Mary Road starting there at LNRA, if just one pump station is pushing all the way 100 miles, you can imagine, okay, well, the highest pressure on the pipe's probably going to be in that first section, right? It's one pump station pushing 100 miles. When you get Bloomington and Woodsboro involved, then it kind of helps to spread the pressure distribution, if you will. So here's an example of what we think is in the pipe. We don't know because we haven't been able to dewater the pipe, but these photos were provided by CCW Ops, and this is stuff that they've taken out of the Mary Roads in the past. They've got some dates here. One was in 2015, the other, I think that's 2016. So we think this is what's causing that. And so then what do we do about it? Some of the options we've discussed with staff for dealing with these pressure exceedances is, one, do nothing. You can't dewater the pipe to go in there and get the stuff out right now, which means you continue to operate with those capacity limitations, and you fix Mary Roads when failures occur. And that's been discussed here a year or so ago as, well, that's what we can do now. So that's what's happening now. An alternative idea is to run a specialty tool, run that number 2, run a pressure tool that has sonar to kind of detect, okay, is this some of the stuff that I just showed you in those photos? Is it something else? Is it debris accumulation in the bottom? The benefit of doing that is that you can narrow down those red lines. It might just be 1 or 2 blips here and there once you're able to define where they are. The downside is you got to take Mary Roads down to get the tool in and out of the pipe. So not possible now. One solution to, one thing that might come out of that is you might parallel or bypass some of those smaller sections. The third option is don't run a tool and just bypass some of the larger areas. You get new pipe, you don't have to dewater and figure out what's going on. And that's also been discussed, and that was one of the scope items that was, it was last Memorial Day. I spent Memorial Day weekend working on that. That's right. That was awesome. And I think that's back to Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'd like to just give a brief overview of some of the projects that are being completed and are ongoing. As you can see, there's a lot going on. I also want to pause and take a moment to express the gratitude that we have to the folks who live and breathe the MRP and take care of it like it is their own. They take care of it every single day. They get dispatched to the pump stations in the middle of the night. This Easter, you know, we had crews out there at midnight. The list goes on and on. So we're all very appreciative of their concern and their dedication. So to give you an update on our current projects, so the Mary Roads System Improvement Project, that's a capital project. It's ongoing right now. The engineering department is working with us to help manage that project. In terms of scope and what's been completed, there were AEP upgrades that were needed at both Bloomington and Woodsboro. Those have been completed. A large part of that project was also HVAC improvements. That's important because these are large pumps, large motors, and large variable frequency drives. The pump station has to be cooled for those to continue to operate. Other portions of the project included master flow meter installation for each of those 2 pump stations. That part of the project is currently on hold because it would require the shutdown of the Mary Roads pipeline. Additionally, with the council's support, we have spare pumping equipment for both Bloomington and Woodsboro. That spare pumping equipment is set to arrive next month, September. And along with that are the corresponding variable frequency drives. And again, those cannot be installed and put into operation without a shutdown or partial shutdown of the Mary Rhodes pipeline, as that will involve piping work, header piping work, and then just the installation of a variable frequency drive and motor. You've got to shut the power off to the station to make those connections. So we're watching that closely and working with both the engineering department and our contractor on the next steps there and when we can effectively do it. The Mary Rhodes air vacuum valve installation. So there was a conscious effort to go to Schedule 4, and with the analysis that we did with HDR, the recommendation was to install 7 additional air vacuum valves along the pipeline. That was completed in March of this year, and that was done ahead of going to Schedule 4, which was on March 24th of this year. Additionally, we continue to work with our partners at LNRA. We've looked at their pumping systems and their reliability, and we continue to work with them. They have spare pumping equipment for their pump station at Edna that's ordered, and it's supposed to arrive early 2026. And then additionally, we've asked them to look into permanent installation of the pumping equipment. This requires building modification, electrical modifications, and piping modifications. They are starting the process of preliminary engineering, and we hope to kick off that engineering project soon. Council approved a cathodic protection upgrade project. It's actually an IDIQ project that was approved this year. That project addresses those needed cathodic protection upgrades along the Mary Rhodes pipeline, but it also allows us to address cathodic protection on some of the key transmission mains within the city. So it's a citywide project and an MRP project. We are working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on a bank erosion project that is near Bay City, near our intake, and that project is being designed and it will be implemented by the Army Corps of Engineers. We had a meeting with them, it's about a month ago at Bay City to get an update. And then the last step on the list is our final condition assessment report. So as I told Councilman Hernandez had the question 2 meetings ago, it's draft, and the reason why it's in draft is a number of things. We wanted to get data at Schedule 4 that would reveal different pressures, different things about the pipeline. And additionally, we've tasked HDR with additional scope, included extra hydraulic modeling, included review of additional water supplies to be pumped into the Mary Rhodes pipeline. It involved additional balancing tank review and review of pumping stations and the hydraulics of the entire system. We are hoping, the plan is to have all of that complete, including a preliminary hydraulic analysis of a new water supply added to the pipeline first week of September. So we're really shooting for the end of August, but I'm going to say first week of September for sure. And with that, we are standing by for questions.
Thank you, Nick. Drew, I appreciate all this information. I think it's wonderful, and we absolutely needed the briefing. But I think one of the reasons we're talking about the Mary Rhodes pipeline is because of some of the things we've heard here recently in regards to it. And it's no secret, prior Councilman Greg Smith had made some statements. And I would just like, again, I appreciate all of this, but I'd like for you to clarify the exact points some of the points that he made that you would like to clarify.
Yeah, I think good, there were some interesting comments that have been made, and we know that we're very much in the spotlight right now. We know that there's a lot of scrutiny with everything we do. We understand that. And so we certainly welcome the dialogue and the questions, and so we're happy to meet with anybody. I mean, at the end of the day, if somebody's got questions, just let's talk. So I think one of the things that we've been sort of, has been suggested is that we haven't used that pipeline to the extent that it should be used. And, I think one of the things that's important, and I'll go back to the point that I'm making earlier, which is, this infrastructure is really critical. And if anything is done that is not done correctly, we're in a world of hurt. And so one of the things that we also, is really important, we had some pictures that showed what happens when the pipeline breaks. And we were seeing some breaks in 22 and 23. And making data-driven decisions is an important thing to do. So hiring somebody like an HDR who can look at this through a third-party independent review and look at this pipeline, give us some more intel, give us some more pressure data, help us understand how is this pipeline performing today. We have that information now. And we actually had some really good information that was provided from HDR to help protect the pipeline. We talked about these air relief vacuum valves. What are those? Most people have no idea what they are. It's almost like having a shock absorber on your car to take out the bumps when you hit a road. So this pressure on this pipeline is extremely high. And when you go up in flow, you have more water, but you have greater risk for big problems to happen. And so they did some extensive modeling to help us understand where we could put some of these quote-unquote shock absorbers to limit some of the impacts that happen when you're operating a 140-mile pipeline. Because any little change in that pipeline, a pump kicks off, there's huge transient pressures that go down that pipeline, and you can have a catastrophic failure. So we were not about to put that pipeline at risk. What we were about to do was have to look at this and help us give us better intel to operate it safely. And what was interesting about it is when we got the data back, it suggested that actually running this pipeline at Schedule 4 actually reduces the pressure along the pipeline. It's a little bit counterintuitive. Today, if you run the pipeline at Schedule 2 or 3, you have pressure exceedances of that pipeline that are not good. And so that's the kind of intel that we get from having those types of analyses. And as Nick just said, we have got a dedicated team. They're out there on Easter. They're out there any day of the week, any time of the day to make sure that we've got this pipeline operationally working the way it needs to run. So I would say back to the comments that we've heard, I would say that we are pulling the water from those sources of supplies in an efficient manner. And, one of the other things I'll point out is in 2022, believe it or not, the reservoirs were over 50%. And when the reservoirs are over 50%, believe it or not, in 2022, now granted, they started dropping in 2022 and we've not recovered, but it makes a lot of sense to pull water from the Nueces River. That's the most inexpensive water. That water is right next to Owen Stevens. You're not having to pump it 140 miles away to Colorado. So there's a lot that goes in this equation to make sure that we're not leaving any water on the table. We're taking the most cost-effective water at the right time. It's complicated. And I think that it's important to state that, we've got a team that's working hard to make sure that we're doing this cost-effectively, but we're doing it in a way that's responsible so that we don't put our pipeline at risk.
Thank you, Drew. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess that's the main reason that I wanted to speak is because of the, information that's being shared, thanks to former Councilman Greg Smith and Councilman Vaughn. So what is the truth? The truth it was or is that we did leave water on the table, just simple words. We were paying for this water, but we were not receiving it, correct?
Well, what I would tell you is that, ultimately, the data, you want to start?
Yeah, because this is my third year in council, and I remember bringing this issue up because it had been brought up to me back then, when I first got elected. I was being told that we were paying for X amount, of water being sent to Corpus, but we were not receiving it. So every time that I would bring it up, it'd just be, just dust, and so we really did not get to the bottom of it until just this year, I guess, or started late last year. So go ahead.
Sure, Councilwoman. So just to back up a little bit, so we have contractual water with LNRA. That is water we pay for, take or pay.
Yeah.
If you go back to the chart that Drew showed, we pull 97 to 102%, right? So we are within 2 or 3% taking all the water that we've contractually paid for. Remember, Colorado is a river right, so the costs associated with that are the pumping, right? The maintenance and the pumping. And if you go back to the start of the condition assessment project, I think it was the city manager coined the phrase, we need to go after our stranded water. That stranded water was the Colorado River. And even though it's a water right, so we're not contractually paying for it, the goal was to take as much of that as possible. And as you can see from this year, we've taken more water from the Colorado River than ever.
Okay, so the information, I think all of us probably received the email, just the latest one from former Councilman Smith. And he, I don't know if y'all have had a chance, but he still states, let me see. The memo states that the Texana water was pumped at 197 and 98% rates for 3 years, of total of 1,915 acre feet left unpumped. For the Guardwood pumping, it states that 10,900, 7,866, and 9,813 acre feet were pumped for the 3 years. The Guardwood rights are 35,000 acre feet per year, or leaving 76,426 acre feet unpumped, totaling 78,341 acre feet unpumped for the 3-year time period, or requiring 78,341 acre feet to be taken out of the lake system rather than pumping Mary Rhodes. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, I think, like I said, I've answered it once. Nick just gave you another answer. So, I think it's important to note that we have a complex water system. We have a complex water supply system. And I think that what we're doing today is we're maximizing it. I think we were not necessarily in a position in the recent past to be able to do that. And I think with the right people, the right staff, the right dedication, we're in a place now where we're essentially leveraging all the water supply assets that we have. It is complicated because, again, there's a cost component. And Colorado River is water that we certainly want to leverage and use all of it. But I also want to make sure it's really clear that when we have plentiful water in our Nueces River supply, we want to use all that. And so, like I said, 2022, there was above 50% water supply in the Nueces River combined reservoir system. And we were using that. And, as the graphic showed, we were still taking some Colorado River. So it's a balance. I think the takeaway that I take is that in the recent 24 months, in the recent 12 months, we've been able to put together a plan that leverages it all. So from this point going forward, we've got a system that is in great shape.
Well, one of the things that I know that has also been discussed is putting, the parallel line, to Mary Rhodes, so that it can have some relief on the original Mary Rhodes, on the pipeline. So, I think, we need to make sure that we, try to look into that. I know I every time that we say something or I say something, it's always, oh, it's too much. But yet we're willing to sacrifice $1.2 billion on this desalination when we could have, additional water coming in I feel, and to safeguard what we have already invested. So again, you know, I don't feel completely satisfied with your answer, but I'm going to leave it up to some of the other council members to maybe ask some other additional questions. But again, I would encourage you to speak to former Councilman Smith if you haven't already.
Just spoke to him about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
Right before.
All right. Well, I would encourage you.
Yeah.
And, you know, just because, you know, I've heard Councilman Barrera say, you know, how does one council member get, you know, appointed to a certain project? But it is because, you know, there are certain, just like we have bankers and title people, you know, they have some value to, you know, to contribute. So again, I guess I'll let the other council members speak, but this is still not satisfactory.
Yeah, Councilwoman, can I add to Drew's?
Yes.
So
Go ahead.
I just read Councilman Smith's memo earlier while you were speaking, but he's right. And the city we did leave water in the east, but it's not because we wanted to, it's because we couldn't get it through the pipeline. So let's use two numbers, 3 million and 16 million. That's what we spent to make sure, one, the 3 million was to do a condition assessment to make sure the 25-year-old Mary Rhodes pipeline could handle going to Schedule 4. Once that step was confirmed, it took about eight months to a year to confirm that. Then we put a $16 million city council approved infrastructure investment project to put the right equipment along the Mary Rhodes pipeline and the two pumping stations that was not there, that we could not just ratchet the pressure up. So that has been done since that time. You remember I brought the employees in from CCW who helped on that historic moment. We couldn't do that until we until we invested that money, did the engineering. When I got here 6 years ago, we knew that all that equipment was not in. For some reason, people prior to me didn't finish the job.
Okay.
The job was not done. That's
exactly.
the answer. That's the simple answer. The job was not done.
It was not done.
It wasn't done. So there was no switch that we could push to say, let's go to Schedule 4.
Mm-hmm.
There was no switch that one could push or lever that says we're going to go to Schedule 4. It took $19 million to do work that should have been done a decade ago.
Right, okay.
So that's the answer. So yes, the memo's here too that Drew sent out last night. This Councilman Smith has the exact same numbers. 35,000 acre feet is what we can get from the Colorado if it's running. You know, it is now. Earlier this year it was pretty dry. But in the prior 3 years, we were taking 10,000, you know, more or less, 10, 7, and 9, but it's not until earlier this year that we got everything organized and the Mary Rhodes pipeline did work that should have been done a decade ago.
It really should have. I mean,
yeah, right.
Okay,
so that's the answer.
You know what?
Yes.
But okay, so back to what we should have. But what's the lesson here? I mean,
the lesson we know is invest in your infrastructure.
Yeah,
that's why we're here. We recommend a robust capital improvement program. Not just investing in it, but maintaining it.
Right. I agree. And I congratulate, you know, Councilman Hernandez for, you know, I harp on sidewalks, he harps on infrastructure.
Right.
You know, and there is, I mean, a lot that we have left on the table. And prior to, you know, to a lot of the staff here. I mean, that's why it's important to have some career, you know, employees, but we seem to have a high turnaround now.
No, we don't. And CCW,
well, in some of the departments, but it's important to have that history.
That's not a.
It's important to have
turnover.
Well,
yeah.
In the audit department, let me just say that.
Well, he doesn't report to the city manager. Yeah, that's it. He reports directly to council. And then, Councilwoman, one more thing, though, to end on a positive note. The parallel pipeline is something we support. We briefed the council a year ago on that project. With the new term sheet with Evangeline and Councilman Hernandez, and we talked about this last week. Separately, we're going to cost out a parallel pipeline from the Evangeline well field to here. If we can afford it and do it, we could put that in. That would be about 20% of the length of the whole pipeline. That's not necessary to get the water here, but it could be something that we could recommend. as part of the project, since we're going to be in the area anyway, and the contractors will be. So that would give us a redundancy for at least 20% of the lower pipeline from Sinton to here. So we're going to look at that and present that along the way. But as Hernandez says, it's not necessary. It's not part of the rate. It's not part of the project cost. But we're going to show it because contractors will be on site. And it may be a better time to do it now with them being mobilized and on site. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys for this report. 1 through 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being excellent. What's the condition of the Mary Rhodes pipeline from 1 through 10?
Do you want to take a stab at that?
I want the public to hear that number because that's pretty much easier for the public to
I'll let the
understand.
condition expert, Jerry, take a stab at that one.
Yeah, I think I drew the short straw, but that's okay. So it's a tough job. So Mary Roads Phase 1, right, 101 miles, that's the part that I've touched. There's another part that's newer and I have not touched, so I can't speak to that. But the Mary Roads Phase 1, 101 miles, the pipeline itself, I think 7, right around there. We know from our analysis and discussions with staff, there's a lot of the air valves, right? That's at every single high point, there's an air valve. Well, those connections are not reliable. So they break on a regular basis. It's not catastrophic, but it's something ongoing. We know that there's corrosive soil. So it's a 27-year-old pipeline with debris in it. So 7, 6, if we could get those obstructions out, I'd probably bump it up and feel better about it. But with those obstructions and the pressure exceedances.
And that's from Corpus to 101 is 100, you said 101 miles?
101 miles from LNRA, Lake Texina,
okay,
all the way to here, essentially.
Got you. So we haven't done from here to back over there?
Correct. That's a little bit younger pipe. I think the staff is planning to do that here in the near future.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second question. Drew, we have spare parts for the MRP?
We do. We have.
So if anything breaks today, we have the parts to fix it?
Within reason. I mean, we have sticks of pipe, so joint sticks of pipe that are strategically placed in certain locations.
Okay.
And so we are fairly well prepared to address, a potential issue that were to happen. And sometimes you don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, you can have things break and not have any forewarning.
But all these valves and pumps and stuff, we have extra stuff laying around?
No, not pumps. I mean, pumps and VFDs, these are things that we are in the process of bringing in.
Okay.
As part of this $16 million project that the city manager just mentioned. There is some additional spare equipment that we're bringing in. These pumps have long lead times. I mean, we're talking 9 months, to a year to order these pumps. So it's important that we have that.
Yeah, but we're going to have a backup pump at the 2 transfer stations, pumping stations.
Okay.
And then the Lower Colorado River Authority ordered one for the main pumping station.
Okay.
There was no backup, no spare. So we told them, let's get one because that was one of the failures a few months ago.
Right.
And we had to fix that pump. So the Woodsboro, Bloomington, soon, I guess we have to wait till we turn off the pipeline. They can be installed, and then there's one on order for the main pump station at the lake, yes.
My other question is, because I think I could talk about this because we're talking about water. Drew, for the public's ears, are we going to run out of water next December in 2026 if we have 0 rain?
With no rain?
With no rain.
Unless we have, I'll just.
The answer is no.
Yeah,
we're not going to run out of water by next December. Yeah. Okay. What it is that I got to look at the graph, but the trigger point, that's when we would have 6 months until.
It's raining.
No.
It's raining right now. We got 2 more days.
Yeah.
Well, and to Peter's point.
That would be the 6-month trigger point.
Yeah, and let me just say that because you got me.
Let me finish this. The reason I'm asking this is because there's so many people out on radio, Facebook land, and just causing scare tactics to people thinking we're going to run out of water. And I want you and Peter to say we're not going to run out of water. If we approve the Inner Harbor project tomorrow, this is not going to help us in December of next year. And I want you guys to say that because I'm sick and tired of people being on social media, your cheerleaders, I'm going to say it, your cheerleaders.
I have cheerleaders?
Yeah, your cheerleaders. Saying that we're going to run out of water. And I just want to I want you guys to verify it to the public, because the public thinks we're going to run out of water because they're believing these people.
Well, let me tell you this, and I appreciate the city manager's comments, because one of the things that's important is December of 2026 is when we're within 180 days of not being able to meet demand. And let's just be very clear, we're not running out of water. We may, and we sure hope we don't, have a point in time where we can't meet the entire demand. But what I will tell you is that providing raw water and these groundwater wells that we're pumping today, and as we can get more of these groundwater wells online, we have run some models out that if we can continue to add groundwater into the river, conceivably, if we were able to get enough of that, we would be able to buy ourselves enough time until we get a water supply project online, whether it's Inner Harbor, whatever you want.
Yeah.
That is the name. That's the key. That's really fixing the riddle, if you will, because to your point, nobody has any plans of running out of water. We're not going to run out of water. What could happen, to your point, is we might not be able to meet the demand, and at that point, then we would have to have some curtailment that could potentially happen.
But right now, we have no other businesses come to Corpus right now. This moment, we won't run out of water for the demand we have right now, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's not
Well,
an accurate statement.
Can you repeat that?
When I get there, I'll put it.
Okay.
Question. So the memo you sent out yesterday, I think was it? Yeah, that memo right there. What was it?
It was the Mary Rhodes.
Yes.
Mary Rhodes pipeline utilization.
When you email the memos, do you just email it to the council members, or do you email it to the news stations? What do you do with that memo?
Right. So the protocol on that is it goes to Peter, city manager, and then it goes to all of the elected officials here, all nine of y'all, and then it goes to our executive staff. So we have our governmental affairs, our communications director, staff that I work with. That's the list of people that it goes to.
I have a little problem with it. The problem I'm having with it is it's getting into the hands of the people you guys want to be your champion for Inner Harbor project. And I'm okay with that. That's public documentation. They could get it, whatever we get on our emails, they should be able to get a title, get a copy of it. I have no problem with it. The problem that I do have is that y'all guys need to be fair and give it to everybody. Rachel, what's his name? Michael Miller, different people. I think you guys need to make a list of people who are who wants information about any kind of water stuff that's going on, because water is a big topic right now. And I feel that if you guys just doing it to a couple people just to get the word out, I think you guys need to do it to everybody. And this is just fairness. And that's just. I don't think it's right. I think you guys should send it out to everybody. Send it out to Chris 6 News, Channel 3. In my opinion. Because I do know that there's some news reporters do say they have a hard time getting a hold of you guys. And I see it, because they're like, hey, what's going on? I've been trying to call the water department and no one's answers. Call Peter. I don't know what else to tell them. So just wanted to throw that out there. Tell me one more time, I'm a freshman. Stage 4, we could do 70 million gallons a day.
You're talking about Schedule 4?
Schedule 4, yeah.
Schedule 4 is 70 to 72 million gallons a day.
Got it, okay. Okay, coming back to my other questions, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mr. Sinoni, thank you for telling the truth. That's what the public needed to hear, because it has been a panic with the community thinking we were running out of water.
Yeah, right.
And when you tell them the truth, they trust you.
Right.
It's when we kind of circle around it, trying to scare them, because I think it had to do with desal. Like I said before, you don't have to do either or. You don't have to. But when you scare them like that, they don't believe anything we say, so I appreciate that. I also appreciate you reading Greg Smith's, because he did not lie. He told the truth.
Right.
We were taking water out, but he is a very nice man. He's worked very hard as a council, probably knows more about water than anyone sitting up here. And for him to be maligned like that because he said something and it was truth, it was truth. And then I think about these ladies that came up here and said, we're draining the lakes, we're draining the lakes. And we were draining the lakes. I'm not saying it's your fault, Jerry. Here's what I'm saying, is because we were taking that water out, the perception was we were draining the lakes. And if we weren't, so the truth of the matter is we were taking water from the lakes instead of Mary Rhodes Pipeline, correct? Did you take any with Mary Rhodes Pipeline or only the 42 or 45 that it was capable of doing at the time?
Right. So on the graph that we had in the presentation, it showed that we're taking water from the Colorado River, in about the range of, 20%. And we were taking water from Lake Texana, and we were taking water from the combined reservoir system, Lake Corpus Christi.
So it did contribute to the lakes going down. There's no doubt about that. And plus the drought made it worse. So during the time that you were taking that out, well, I just asked that, never mind. I've got so many questions here. Okay, I want to go to HDR. So when did HDR start their report? When did y'all put them on? I think the report was like $3 million y'all were contracted for, something like that?
Three and a half dollars is what the...
We were half of that. The sub was about half.
And it needed to be done. I agree it needed to be done. My concern is this. You said that February 2024, you shut down the entire pipeline because there was a problem. What happens when you shut down the entire pipeline? What happened in February when that happened? When he was doing the slide, that's what he said. What happened? Because that's where we get all our water.
Well, I mean, we get most of our
water the majority.
From that. So essentially at that point in time, we're taking all of our water exclusively is coming from the Nueces River.
So it was coming from the lake at that time?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I've said this, Mr. Sonny, we've had the conversations. Right. We have to have a backup plan, and Sylvia alluded to that. We have to, and I can't believe that we haven't done that yet. So there's going to have to be a time when we have to say, okay, we're going to have to do another line, something where either you put the Mary Rhodes water goes into the lake. I don't know what the answer is, but it doesn't. If it were to shut down, we got to have water. We can't not have that.
We need redundancy in that pipeline.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, we should be working to try and find a source to help us fund that. And I've talked to Representative Villalobos, and it's too late now for this year, but there are other things that we could go to, Drew. I know you know, with grants, whatever. But we probably need to go ahead and start working on that. For me, anyway.
Okay.
Okay, the HDR report. Is that been completed? It's my understanding that there's a draft form of that report.
Yes, ma'am. There is a draft. The final is pending. I think Nick said the first week of September. They had asked for some additional tasks.
Yeah.
Some of those are complete. Some will not be completed.
Okay. There's no way you can release that draft form so that we can see it?
I'll defer to staff.
I would just like to see it. I don't care what it says.
I think what we're happy to do is we're happy to sit down with anybody here.
Okay.
I've offered that to former Councilman Smith. In fact, we've sat down with Councilman Smith a year ago, and we talked about things that were being worked on in this report. So there's nothing in this report that is not something that we can't show, and we're certainly happy to have those conversations. I mean, there's anything in that report that you want to sit down and talk. I think generally what we want to do is we want to get this report finalized in the next couple of weeks and then have it out there so the public can consume it and everybody can read it.
Yeah, they need to see it, because whatever shape it's in that shape, and we need to fix it, repair it. But my concern is you can't shut it down to fix it. And all of those things, that list that you went through, I'm thinking, wow, we've got to figure out a way to do that, to get that done.
Yeah, Councilwoman, if I could comment on that. So the report and the findings were presented to council. We went through that in detail. And we haven't stopped working on all those improvements, like the combination air vacuum valves, completed, done. One of the minor things in the project was some high erosion areas. We have staff working on that, cathodic protection. So I just want to reiterate, we haven't stopped on the improvements just because the report's not stamped final.
Oh, I know that.
Right,
I know you've been working. I just know there's things you can't do because you can't shut it down. So that has to be addressed sooner than later. Okay, for now, that's all I got. Thanks.
Peter, or Drew, haven't y'all worked on the whole redundancy plan to the Mary Rhodes pipeline?
We did.
In the past?
We did when we were negotiating with Evangeline the last time for about a year.
Prior to that.
Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think, at least did we, Council? I didn't, but when we had Pape Dawson, when Pape Dawson was working for Evangeline, they costed out what it would be for a redundant pipeline.
I thought we did. HDR?
Did
okay,
HDR did as well?
and
Okay, I'm
tell
not
us
familiar
when
with
you
that
did,
one.
And tell us when this was.
Yeah, sure. So that was last Memorial Day that I did the parallel, I did a scope and feed for a parallel pipe. It was just for the pressure exceedance areas, so.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So not through the entire pipe, when, recall, there was a recommendation from HDR to put a bypass, if you will, at 2 or 3 locations. That's different than a parallel pipeline. Pape Dawson gave us some pricing and engineering consideration to do a complete parallel pipeline right next to the Mary Rose from beginning to end.
Right.
And so we have pricing for that, and they talk strategy in terms of easements. Do we have enough right-of-way, or do we have to buy more easement, that type of thing.
Okay.
So the HDR one was just bypasses in these pressure exceedance areas that we did not do.
Okay.
Based on further conversation with the original engineers of the pipeline, who gave us a pumping plan, and that worked.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Councilman, or is it, are you done, Carolyn? Yeah. Okay, Councilman Hernandez. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. A few things. On the wells along the Nueces River, I do have the report from Interra, which you gave it to us a while back, and based on this report, the TDS in the areas where you drilled should be between 3,000 and 3,500, but the first well you had mentioned was above 5,000 TDS. Is that still the case?
Yeah, sure, Councilman. So yeah, the Interra report had the eastern well field about that 3,500 range. Well 1, when it was originally drilled, had a TDS of about 5,000. Wells 2 to 8 are all at about 3,300 parts per million.
So they're within the report levels?
So they absolutely are. So well 1, we were getting a better handle on the hydrogeology of the area. It's actually drilled deeper than the other wells. And we have a plan. Basically what we'll do is we will seal back the lower portion of the well in an attempt to get that TDS level closer to the other 7 wells, because they're all very consistent, the other 7.
Okay, and you do have the monitoring of the TDS levels as per TCEQ requirements?
Correct. So per the bed and banks permit, we have established protocol, which we are doing and we're following.
Okay. And I guess we don't know the results of that, but I guess you can give us information on that.
Right, and in addition to the monitoring that we're doing as part of the bed and banks permit, we also have five shallow monitoring wells, so 5 additional monitoring wells that we routinely check to make sure that there's no impact to the local community that lives in the area. Pardon me?
For subsidence or drawdown?
Right.
Okay.
So there's no drawdown impact.
I know Councilman Vaughn, I've gotten a few phone calls on it, but you probably got more on the concerns from the area, the people in the area.
Sure.
And it is a temporary permit for 3 years, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. To address some of the concerns my favorite council member over here has about my participation in the item with CC Polymers, I took kind of a page for what Councilwoman Vaughn did with Evangeline and just be present, not necessarily participate. And I did bring them, I didn't negotiate anything with them, I brought them back to the table. Okay, I'll leave it at that since he had to insert himself into that discussion. On Mary Rhodes pipeline, I want to, there's some concerns here because obviously the pipeline was designed to deliver 112,000 acre feet per year, which roughly equates to just under 100 million gallons a day. Okay, so we're operating at 70 million gallons a day at Schedule 4, so that does leave some capacity to include more water with the thought of groundwater being included. Considering where Evangeline is, it's near Sinton. I believe all that pipeline is 64 inches and greater, right? There's no 48-inch pipe at that point.
Right.
Okay, so we're not concerned about the pressures exceedances over at the 48-inch pipeline that's further north.
That's correct. There's the San Antonio River has a pressure exceedance, but that's not 48.
Okay, but it's not near Sinton. Okay. Looking at where the direction cutoff is, you extract 12 million gallons a day, 12.5 million gallons a day there, so you have some more capacity going forward, and the pipe gets wider as you get closer to Owen Stevens, correct? To 72 inches?
It's like the last mile.
Okay. Some of the issues we had were operating at Schedule 2B and Schedule 3, that we weren't utilizing all the pump stations at Bloomington and Woodsboro, correct? So we're using the pumps further north and trying to get that pressure all the way through down the pipeline. So understanding that the pressure exceedances were due to the operations of the pipeline at the time. Is that correct?
I would describe the pressure exceedances as a function of debris in the pipe being pumped against, right? If you don't have those obstructions, if you don't have the debris, you don't have pressure exceedances. It's believed to be attributed to the debris in the pipe.
Okay, but you also have some aspect of that when it drops to 48 inches.
Yes, higher pressure at lower spots.
Okay, so looking at, since we're now at Schedule 4, do you have the standard operating procedures in place so to prevent exceedances in the future?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Councilman. So so at Schedule 4, all the pump stations are running. So when we're not running Schedule 4, Woodsboro is not operational. Bloomington and Lake Texana are operational. So at any of those pressure schedules, or at the pumping schedules, 2 or 3, we see the pressure exceedances because, like Jerry said, because of the friction losses, right? What can happen, anything can cause Woodsboro pump station to go down. It may be an AEP issue, maybe a pump issue. That would result us to revert back to Schedule 3. So you can't pump Schedule 4 without Woodsboro. If a certain pump goes down at Lake Texana, that would, like it happened just a couple months ago, earlier this year, that would prevent us from pumping Schedule 4, and we'd have to revert back to Schedule 3 or 2.
Okay, and we have backup generators at every pump station?
No, we don't. No, we don't. And I'll tell you the reason why. So there's not natural gas supply available for natural gas generators.
Is there a diesel supply?
So the diesel is very problematic, right? Because diesel, you can't leave the fuel in these large tanks for extended periods of time. You've got to use them. Anytime we go from permanent power to generator power, we have to shut the entire Mary Rhodes pipeline down and then start up the generator power. So it gets very complex. Remember, each of those pump stations, the motors are 1,250 horsepower, so the diesel generation is huge. And it's also important to note, we have three different grids that feed those pump stations. LNRA at Lake Texana is JCE, Jackson County Electric. We have one grid with AEP at Bloomington, one grid with AEP at Woodsboro. So like I talked about Easter earlier this year, but that was an AEP issue, shut Woodsboro down. So what happened is the entire MRP went down. Then we had to bring MRP back up to Schedule 3 because Woodsboro was offline. Once AEP resolved their issue, we were able to get all the pump stations back online and go to Schedule 4.
Okay, so with that, we do have the standard operating procedures in place to prevent the pressure exceedances, right?
So I'll echo what Jerry said. The only way to prevent pressure exceedances is to address those issues in the pipeline, which is cleaning out the debris, assessing what's going on, trying to figure out what's truly going on. And then we would reduce basically the friction or the C factor back to what the original design was. So one way to do that is a parallel pipe, right? So we could go to the parallel pipe and then address those pressure exceedances, deal with those areas.
Okay, so just in consideration of the new water source, groundwater source that would be close to Sinton, and how, did you observe any blockage or anything that would impede the flow of water between Sinton and here?
Between Sinton and here, I'll let you answer that, Jerry.
No, we didn't observe or detect anything with the analysis that we did in that area. So short answer, that's your short answer.
Okay, so if you added the additional 24 million gallons a day that we're looking at with the Evangeline groundwater source, would you need to add some sort of pumping station or some sort of aspect to accommodate that?
Yes, I think you'd need to analyze the pumping ability of Bloomington and Woodsboro and potentially LNRA.
Is that in your report?
I don't know if it's in the draft report.
It's in the.
It's in the O&M manual for
It's in
Mary
the
Rhodes.
ADDA report to evaluate
Okay.
additional supplies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I understand that, you know, we have limited resources. So building a parallel pipeline may be something down the future, but right now the important part is getting more water sources. And so what we can do in the meantime, until we're able to do something along those lines, it's more important for us right now to get water in the short term. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilman, can I just have the engineers talk a little bit, because we talked about from Sinton here, but they need to explain it, but when you add 12 or 24 million, it pushes it back up to the east. So it's not just from Sinton down. You have to worry about pressure going the other way. And so can you guys talk about that? They tell me about it often, so I just make sure you guys, the council understands it.
Sure, and it's a good thing to bring up regularly, because it's easily overlooked or not looked at all. The fact that those pressure exceedances, if you go back to the figure that's got the 3 red spots, those are present, meaning they're in the pipe no matter what pumping schedule you're at, right? When you go to Schedule 4, you've got all 3 pump stations pulling. It kind of pulls down pressure across Mary Rhodes. But when you add water, say 12 MGD downstream over, say, Sinton or a little bit downstream, that is still felt up at those pressure exceedance areas. So it's just like a little peak on top of an existing pressure exceedance. It's not, you know, massive MGD, but it's still there. But when you go and look at something like 24 MGD, then that bump is more significant. And I'm not a pump station operator. I don't have to operate the system, but that becomes more of a concern, right? When you look at historical failures, you know you got pressure exceedances. And again, going back to the O&M manual from the very beginning of Mary Rhodes, the system was built to get up to Schedule 4. You got a pipeline that if it was only the pipeline, that could handle 100 MGD. The pump stations are not currently built out for 100 MGD. So you start talking about 24 on top of Schedule 4, which is about 70, you're at about 100 MGD, and you can't do it with the existing infrastructure. Is that?
Right, yeah, that's correct. That's why Nick has said at the prior council meeting, Councilman Hernandez, that a redesign of the pumping stations would have to work. These aren't excuses not to do it. If we can put 24 million at Sinton, we'll do it all day. We just want to make sure the council's aware there's some engineering challenges with that scenario that we're beginning to look into, and how much can we put in without issue is what we're working on. We're all for that, Councilman, just so you know. We're not trying to say, no, you can't do this. We're just advising you that the engineers have advised me there's some engineering issues to be concerned about or that we have to deal with. And that could mean additional engineering and then rework at the pump stations is all, yeah. Right. Yeah, that'll be part of it. In fact, that'll be on our list of things that we're working on, that we'll be working on, is how do we get the water into the pipeline, how much goes to Sampat Water Authority. But whatever's the easiest and the most affordable is what we're about. That's what our goal is, with redundancy and risk mitigation. So we'll be looking at, we don't have to do the entire 130-mile pipeline in one day, but if we did little segments at a time, over time, we can afford to do it. Like if we did 20% with this Evangeline project, that's 20% redundancy that we have, and then we'll do the next 20 and so on.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the discussion here is really helpful and important, because what bothers me is when information that's passed amongst these levels of conversation is almost used to incite. It causes so much fear. It causes so much division. the reason that's so important is because we rely on the community. We're here to serve the community. And if they're not given correct information or they're given inaccurate information, that impacts how they message to us and then how we react to this information also. And so it's important that we stay away from that. And I think that we need to be mindful, subjective versus objective. I'm glad we had this item come up, especially if it was, you know, in correlation with recent interest in Mary Rhodes, because, which leads me to our next questions, it's allowed us to really open this idea up. So, like we heard, the capacity of this line is close to 100 million gallons a day. You've also said that this line actually is in a healthy condition. There's some areas where we have to be realistic and say, just like any other pipeline system, there's risks. We're only running 74 on Schedule 4. That means there is room to increase what we could utilize out of that line. We recognize we'd have to probably upgrade or adjust our pumping because that's a lot of different pressure we'd have to change, but it's doable. We're not looking at a scenario where if we evaluate that option, we're shutting down a vital pipeline and therefore running out of water. So these are all assumptions based on the information from tonight and this morning and this discussion that I've arrived at. Would you confirm that that's pretty accurate?
Yeah, Nick, you want to?
Yeah, I'm concerned there's a little confusion. Jerry brought up the inspection of the 72-inch and where we actually, that picture of the gentleman inside the pipeline, that was shut down because of a failure.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the failure, we were able to do that inner inspection. It certainly wasn't planned. We know we can't shut down the pipeline, you know.
What I'm saying is to kind of what was said earlier, a lot of the reason we need to reevaluate this is because what's being said is that adding to these lines, looking at our options with the Evangeline water supply is going to be a huge risk that we're going to shut down the Mary Rhodes pipeline. One, it's not in terrible condition. Two, we have options. It's running fine at Schedule 4. It's running better at Schedule 4. And if we choose to explore Evangeline, we have options that are completely doable.
Yeah, I think the smaller Evangeline quantity that's been discussed, 12, has a very minimal impact upstream, but 24 is a different discussion that creates a lot more problems.
And that's where we would look at changing how we convey that second portion, but it's not, we're basically saying that it's not accurate, that the Mary Rhodes and adding the 12 million gallons that we've all had discussion in the last couple of weeks is a hazard. That's what we're debunking right here in my mind, hearing all these conversations.
Yeah.
Councilwoman, I think what the goal is we want to inform council of risks.
Mm-hmm.
And the risks are at Schedule 2 and 3, right? We all feel very good about Schedule 4. So the key here is we want to make sure all of you are aware of those risks and what can happen with 101-mile pipeline coming, and that's the key here. So it's
But Mary Rhodes is not in a bad position.
No, it's not. But this last point Nick said is an important one that hasn't been said yet in the meeting, which is that at Schedule 4, when all the pump systems are running, you can put all that water through.
Mm-hmm.
But if we have to drop down to Schedule 3 for a small issue, or Schedule 2, then the 12 million into the pipeline could be an issue.
Absolutely.
Engineers
I'm glad you clarified because I wasn't picking up on that.
So there's points in time when, if an unforeseen situation happens, this is what we have to engineer out. We have to figure out, then what do we do?
Mm-hmm.
If we're pumping 12 million to 24 million, do we hold it in storage tanks? Do we divert more to Sampat? We have to hire an engineer of record that's going to help us. That's another thing that's on our work product for Wednesday, is who's the engineer of record that we're going to recommend to be hired for the Mary Rhodes pipeline, for the Evangeline and Mary Rhodes pipeline. And we don't have anybody yet. So, but go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, no, I think just the way I was thinking of the way you were saying that is that you can get an additional 12 MGD into the Mary Rhodes under specific pumping scenarios, but not under all pumping scenario. So if someone was to say, well, I heard you could put 12 MGD additional into Mary Rhodes, that's too generic and broad to be an acceptable true statement, right? It's Schedule 4, as Peter was saying and Nick was saying. Schedule 2 and 3, you have different hydraulics and there's problems with those pressure exceedances per the red lines.
And we're gonna get the solution for it. We don't have it right now because we don't have an engineer of record yet. So we have to say, okay, what happens if we drop down to Schedule 3 and we've been steadily pumping in 12 from Evangeline? We don't have the answer, but we're gonna figure it out. That's why we hire engineers. They're gonna figure it out.
But that's right. That's the point, is that we have these options that's what we're pursuing. That's what I'm confirming. We're pursuing these options. We know that there's risks. However, this is a healthy pipeline. If we choose to increase that, we look at our options, we do that responsibly, and we move forward. This is not a panic scenario.
It's not at all. In fact, when I was debriefing with we met with the board of the Lower Colorado River Authority, and the gentleman that presented to the board said this pipeline probably has a good 27 years left in it. It's probably at its midpoint in life, if you will. So there's plenty of good life in this pipe. It is very strong. The pumping equipment, as you can see in the pictures, has been well maintained or barely used. The Woodsboro was never even used. We just turned it on for the first time in 25 years, so because it wasn't built out. That's part of my explanation I was giving to Councilwoman Campos. It's only turned on when you go to Schedule 4, and we never went to Schedule 4 for 25 years because of the folks prior to us didn't finish out the project. But so the point is, to repeat what you're saying, the pipeline is in very good shape. The pumping system is in great shape, and the employees who manage it, as you heard Nick say, care about it. And so those are three great ingredients for reliability.
We have great employees on it, yeah. I know that they work tirelessly around the clock, and we're very blessed to have them. To this same note, we don't have that memo that was sent out last night in our packet, or I know that came out kind of late. I know you guys are working late hours. But we received that at like 7:20 last night. That's when it hit my inbox. I don't know when it hit anybody else's inbox. To me, that's a question. I don't care who gets it. It's a public information document. But to me, if I'm not getting it till 7:20, which is after I'm being told that it's out and being discussed, the challenge is I have to backpedal. Where is this document? Well, what are we talking about? And then to arrive today, I would have liked, if it's a late edition, for it to be included in this updated presentation that was also not in there. Because going through discussion, I would like to have been able to reference that sitting here. Sure, go through my email, look it up, that kind of thing. But I would like to have that included where we can grab it in order with this being revealed. I think that would clear a lot of different, discussions, because there was things in there that I'd like to address in this piece, a couple of comments in there, but I don't want to belabor that point. I think we've hit most of that stuff. But it's important to me if we could get late packet items all included together before the meeting or at the time of.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a correction on my statement. When I said about the high turnover, I think I said audit, but I really actually meant the finance department. So that was the correction that I wanted to make, that it was the finance, because the audit department has hardly gotten on its feet. So anyway, but I did also want to just ask HDR something. Do we have cameras all along Mary Rhodes pipeline to check for these leaks and such?
No, ma'am.
We do not. And why is that again? Well, I don't know. I guess I need to ask Nick.
I'll defer to Nick.
Yeah.
One answer is the remote locations, right? I mean, cell phone reception is very bad. But I will tell you this, the MRP staff, they maintain the easements, they review the easements every day. They are out on the pipeline, right? They're inspecting it, they're reviewing it. Of course, it all doesn't happen quickly, right? So we've got certain sections we check throughout the year.
Because this is a 100-mile pipeline.
101 miles, yeah.
Yeah, I know. So it's hard to imagine that you've got someone physically looking at 101 miles looking for is that?
Right, so, yeah, I want to clarify, I mean, that's not happening every day, right? But
Yeah.
our team, because we also do mowing of the easements, right? And there's maintenance procedures. And additionally, we talked about the air relief valves. Jerry mentioned how many of those are along the pipeline. So this fiscal year, we will have replaced 25 to 30 of them, and that's done by that same crew. So when they're out on the pipeline and they're replacing air release valves as our standard maintenance, they're also reviewing the area of the easements that they're working in.
Well, I mean, we're in 2025. I can't believe that we can't have, electronic service on those. That's what?
Said the cell phone.
Or cell phone reception.
We don't control the cell phone, so the cell phone.
No, it's hard to believe that that there's no cell phone service
There's
for
bad
this type
service.
of.
This is in remote Texas. Some of these areas you can barely get to.
The failure I can speak specifically to the failure at Garcitas Creek. Where the failure was, there was no cell phone reception.
Okay.
So I walked up, probably a quarter mile so I could get Peter and Drew updates on our progress.
Okay, well, thank you, Nick. All right, that's all I had.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, can you guys work on bringing up the dashboard at some point? Can you get somebody back there somewhere to bring up the dashboard while I kind of move on? Hey, can somebody send me or us the pressure exceedance report that was done? I guess you said a year ago. I guess you presented to the council. I've never seen it. Be interesting to me. So yeah. That's just if you can get that. All right. So hey, Drew, walk me through the interruptible B conditions. What has to happen for us to get that second tranche of the interruptible water?
Yeah, of course, Steve just walked out. So
we can move on. I got a lot of questions. By the way, I think it's a great report. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's really dependent upon certain levels in Lake Texana. So if we're not above 90% of water levels in Lake Texana, we don't get the first tranche of interruptible water.
Which we got.
Because remember, we got that bunch of rain in June, filled up basically Texana to 100%, and they came back and they said, hey, here's your first tranche of interruptible water. So the second tranche, Steve can get you some information.
We'll ask him when he gets back.
Yes, sir.
My question is, are we going to see the second, is there a chance we could see the second tranche?
Yeah, yes, we'll
later
find that
this
out.
year? Hey, can somebody explain to me today or in a report, all of us, the CC Polymers discharge permit, what requirements it has? Can we discharge water with the plant, without the plant?
Right. Good question. That's one that we're working on as we speak.
So if we get 35,000 acre feet from the Colorado, but we only use 15 of it, can we use more the next year?
No.
It's important to know, because I think I've read that somewhere. There's this sense, speaking of misinformation, that if we bought 10 gallons, but we only use 5, we can use 5 additional next year. Can you explain?
Correct. So I think that was even in the former Councilman Smith's email, where I think there was a suggestion that if you didn't use the water prior years, you could use that water in future years. And once the year's over, that acre feet is gone. Whatever you didn't use, it's gone.
Got it. I think we've talked long enough. We can ask the question about.
Hey, Steve, can you talk about the interruptible B water?
What does it take to get interruptible B between now and the end of the year?
What it takes to get the interruptible B is LNRA has to determine whether they have met all their environmental flows and there's excess water for them to then offer to the city of Corpus Christi.
We have a sense where we're at? Do we have a sense where we're at with that?
We're running out of time.
Yeah, right.
So depending upon what is the level and the concern for Lavaca Navidad River Authority to offer that water, tend to be at the end of the summer is the higher, September is a really wet time of the year. So if we get rainfall then, the offer chances go up, but they drop very quickly as we move into the fall.
So our best opportunity will be some point time in September if they get good rainfall and they meet their environmental flows?
That's right. 6 weeks.
Okay. Because we're hoping, that's another 4,500 acre feet? Is that the number?
It's a total of 12,000 acre feet of interruptible water, and we've already taken some from this year, and I think we only have a few thousand acre feet left.
All right, you got the dashboard up. So is the dashboard, this is the dashboard. This is what we share with people where, so in this information, this is our Bible, right? And this is based on the same rainfall as last year. Tell us about the rainfall associated with the dashboard.
Yes, so this takes in the worst conditions that we've seen in the last 3 years. So we're taking the worst case, the 2024 and 2023 timeframe. So we're using the highest evaporative rates, the highest, lowest rainfall rates to make this chart possible. So we're giving the worst case conditions, as you can say.
It does include some rainfall then, but a lesser amount?
Right, the worst case scenario on rainfall. But my point is, it doesn't, this is not based on no rain. No one's looking at no rain, because I think that's probably, I think we're going to get some rain, right? In fact, by golly, it's raining now. Or is it raining now? There you go.
Is it raining in the watershed?
Well, is it raining on my grass? Okay, so, and show us where, talk me through stage 1 water emergency. When is that, based on this map?
Based upon our latest information and projections, level 1 water emergencies would occur in December of 2026, as you see there on the graph. So that would be when we're 180 days out of meeting our demand. So at this point in time, this is extremely, I'm going to be Chicken Little. I'm going to say the world is falling, and we need to do something dramatically. It's all lined out in our DCP, our drought contingency plan. We would go into pro rata allocations. I would come to council. Council, we would be telling you, okay, we have 180 days. We have no other supply, large water supplies that could meet our needs at this moment in time. And so we need to cut back I'm talking dramatically, so that we can extend the time. So right now, what I like to explain is we're buying time. We're no longer buying supply. We're just buying time for the hope of additional rainfall. And our lakes are our largest rain capturing supply. There's nothing, no Evangeline, no desal plants, nothing can make up our reservoir systems. But you have to add additional supplies so that you can help. And we're buying time.
And then zero, the little zero blue box is May of 27.
Yes.
That's
so
zero.
That's for Lake Corpus Christi is May of 27, and for Choke Canyon would be March of 20.
But we still have the Mary Rhodes pipeline. We still have our eastern supply. So we're, granted, it's still got everything's got to work, but we don't ever get to zero water supply. We just get to a point where we can't supply more than 70 million gallons.
And at that moment in time, you're putting all your eggs into the single
which I don't think
basket that could have failure.
Right, I get it. Okay, now, and then you have the water wells. Those water wells are based on how much? How much is that orange on the bottom there?
13 MGD.
Okay, so what if we add 17 to that number? What is that? Is it possible to run that for us? Because you're standing here today, and I think this is this is what I got out of today. You're standing here today, and the smart guys in Terra are telling you that the western fields could generate 17, that's long-term, I guess, 17 million gallons a day. And then I've got some questions on
So we have somebody who's helping us do the modeling on this, and the magic number is 27. That's the magic number. So we have 13 from the current eastern well field right now. If we get 27 plus 13, that's 40. So 40 MGD is the number. If you can get 40 MGD in the river, you basically buy enough time, as Steve just said, to where you don't have a water shortage.
Yeah, and I'm all in. I get it. But, but 40 doesn't buy us, 30 doesn't buy us all the time, all the way to summer of 28.
We'd have to run the model. It certainly pushes it out further than December of 26.
I think that's what, I think there's some sub-questions. Let me ask the sub-questions. Do we have to amend our permit to get the additional 17 in the river?
We're going to have to get a new permit.
Okay, that's a brand-new permit.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and what is it, do we intend to seek a brand-new permit on the western well field?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when do we intend to make that application? Are we working on that?
So we're working on it. You can't go after a permit application until you get the first test well drilled and you get some water quality. I will tell you that we're going to find that out next week, water quality data, and we'll be talking to TCEQ about, we've already mentioned this to them, so they're aware of the fact that we're looking at a second bed and banks permit.
Okay, thank you. Because I think that's what we want to articulate to the public, because like Eric's saying, we're not sitting around doing nothing. This western well field, we think, and Tara's telling us even 17 long-term, which is probably higher short-term, just putting it in the river, recognizing we have some TDS issues, suspect we will, but we're not sitting around. So our hope is that we can generate enough water from the well field into the river to tie us over to the next big project, right? Because that's a temporary solution. That's a temporary solution, right? Is that okay?
I will preface it by saying it's a temporary solution that could have a long-term viability to making it a long-term solution.
Explain that for me, please.
Yeah, so phase one is we put it in the river. Phase two is if council decides that they want to convey that water to a future brackish RO plant, we would already have all the well infrastructure drilled. We'd have to construct a pipeline to connect that raw groundwater to a future brackish RO plant, which we think Owen Stevens would be a good place to put that. And then we would have 17 plus 13, 30 MGD of brackish RO water that would be available to the drinking water supply.
I got 36 seconds, so time for you to talk. Walk me through the history of the Mary Rhodes pipeline upgrade. When did we decide to do the study? When did that all start? I want to know what month, what year, when you guys decided to do that.
Right, so fall of 22, we went to advertise and select a engineer of record. HDR was selected in the fall of 22. They immediately went to work. Let's see, Jerry, help me out with this. So fall of 22, we selected you guys. You had that table up.
Yeah, we've got the table. I don't have it memorized, but yeah, we started with the desktop study, I think, fall of 22. Then we were awarded the detailed condition assessment, I think July of 2023. Mid-year 2023. And then after that, as we were analyzing, running tools, some additional scope items were added because we had that budget availability. And so.
Okay, well, nothing personal, council members, but I'm trying to figure out who was on the council, before the fall of 22.
I see.
Who never pulled the trigger on, trying to move to stage 4, so thank you.
Councilman, can I add to that a little bit?
Sure,
I don't want to take but it's a 6-year program to get to where we were today. And so it's not just a study of the pipeline. We had to, build a department. There was not even a CCW department 6 years ago. It was way down in the bottom of the org chart with numerous reports to not even anybody reporting to anybody in the city manager's office. So we rebuilt the department, built it. We put together a capital improvement program to improve Owen Stevens treatment plant, because even if we could bring more water over here, we couldn't treat it because the plant had decades of neglect. And then we got a chance to get to the pipeline. So the progression is, without citing years, is develop a department with good leadership and expertise, improve the treatment system, the only one we have, so we can treat more water, and along that same continuum, improve the Mary Rhodes pipeline and put in, finally, the equipment that was needed to produce that Schedule 4. That's all happened in the past 6 years. We knew about this problem 6 years ago, but we had to build a department, fix a treatment plant, bring more water, and we haven't stopped. It's not like we took a couple of years off and said, So we're to the point now where things are optimal, except for now we have the issue of you can put $100 million in the pipe, but we don't have the pumping equipment to do it. So that's the next phase that we'll be working on.
6 years ago. So 6 years ago is when it all started?
6 years ago. Yes, sir.
Hey, last question. Is there leakage in the pipe? Like we put 10 gallons in up north, and do we get 10 gallons out?
I would say the answer to that question is no. I mean, there could be leaks that we're not aware of. I mean, I think one of the things that was important to note is that you don't always see leaks. I mean, sometimes they're underneath the pipeline. Sure. So there could be a pinhole leak somewhere right now that we're not aware of, but we don't have any indication that we've got anything majorly problematic occurring.
For the most part, you feel good 10 gallons in, 10 gallons out, unless we have some big issue that you guys are aware of.
Correct.
I think this is great information. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Mark.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just also, I want to give Councilman Smith, once councilman, always councilman, credit, because he was part of the group that actually brought it to our attention that if we increase the pump capacity, then we could get it to the pipeline capacity that we did. And I think when we went, so yeah, he was part of that. I remember he called me, his hair was on fire, what hair, little hair he had. And what is it? So we owe thanks to him, you know, because he understood that, and he said that was an easy fix. Now, that was $16 million in pump upgrades?
Correct.
Of which we got that as a grant from, or we got reimbursed?
It's all grant funded.
Because of your efforts and speaking to Representative Denise Villalobos.
Well, it was a team effort for sure. I mean, you know, we've got a great delegation team that's trying to help. So big shout out to all of them.
Okay, so I just want to give Councilman Smith credit for that. And I don't think, you know, I say all the time, Greg Smith has forgotten more than I know. And I mean, the man is brilliant. I don't know how he keeps all that information. Sometimes I have a hard time keeping up. You know, so the pump capacity is like we said. Now we changed that before 24. Just that being said, it was only at what at 40 MGD. Is that what the statement was?
It's about 35. 35
okay.
MGD was what the pipeline.
So and I think from what I heard, the consternation was okay. You know what? Our reservoirs are full. We don't need it. We can live with that. We can do that because the reservoirs are cheaper water, even though we're paying for this. So that's the story I heard. Now, now that I know, I just want to add that out there. The other thing is, what did Pape Dawson say was the cost of the parallel relief line?
I want to say it was $180 million for the entire cost of the parallel pipeline, and that was actually oversizing the pipeline, not just for the 24 MGD from the potential Evangeline well field, but it was also sized a little bit larger to enable us to get the full 24 plus the additional water down the Mary Rhodes pipeline from Texana and the Colorado River. So in essence, what you'd be able to do is you'd be able to take all your Evangeline water, plus you wouldn't miss a beat in your ability to get the full complement of water from Texana and Colorado. And what would that do? That would allow you to have true redundancy built into your pipeline, at least from the Evangeline well field down to Owen Stevens. And then you could do condition assessment. You could have that redundancy built in that I think would be important.
And how long would that take to get it implemented?
You know, I mean, it's going to take some time.
No worries,
to do
no
that.
worries.
Yeah.
And then the recommendation that HDR had suggested for some redundancy along that, how much was that going to cost?
The redundancy from HDR,
Yeah,
so there was 12 miles of redundant pipeline. It was about $120 million was the estimate for that redundant. And again, just to remind everybody that there are these specific locations that have these pressure exceedances, and they tend to be at river crossings. And so those were the strategic locations where that 12 miles of pipeline would be built.
Okay, now, pump capacity. You know, I want to address running out of water. God, I got my time up. I'll have to come back with the other one. You know, it's just, there's a difference between running out of water and meeting demand. What's our demand today?
You know, our demand today is about 120, 130 million gallons a day. And it varies depending on what time of the year. Summertime is a little bit higher than in the wintertime. But I think the point is a good one, and that is, you know, we want to make sure the community is not fearful about the fact that, you know, we're looking at a situation which we're going to do everything we need to do to avoid, but we would potentially not be able to meet demand. It's not like we're running out of water.
Well, I've never shied away from saying this water's for industry. And in fact, I've said often that's a good thing, because we have a unique economy. We have a unique economy that provides consistency to our provides consistency to our rate payers. There's that if we decided, you know, we could easily tell Valero, hey, you know what, pack up, get out of town. That's 9 million gallons a day. We could easily tell Flint Hills, pack up, get out of town. That's 6 million gallons a day. Because the demand, and I said this on the radio the other day, the demand for jet fuel does not stop at DFW, at San Antonio, at Austin. And if that demand has to be reduced as a result of curtailment, then they're going to reinvest someplace else, and they're never going to come back here. Now, if you think that's sensationalism, fine. I don't. I don't. I don't. And I told some bankers the other day, well, what if we get industry to come back? I said, yeah, okay. I mean, they cut back 1 billion gallons last year. You provided us with a report. Right. They cut back 1 billion gallons. And so if we get to that point where right now there's no more investment because they understand that we're going to face curtailment in December of 26. So once we face curtailment, we can tell Exxon, hey, you're going to have to cut back. Then they're going to have to reinvest, and they're reinvesting someplace else in Port Lavaca because we don't have the water for capacity. And if this council does not support industry and is fine with curtailment, then that's okay. I know I don't. And I've been consistent. I've said it when I first got on the council. I thought I heard 80%, and I said 80%, and I was proud to say it was 80%. It didn't matter to me. They pay for it. So I think that's the thing that we need to consider. If we have to tell our industry, you're going to have to cut back 20 million gallons a day, all right, then there's going to be consequences. There's going to be a reduction with regard to the amount of money we collect in pilot. There's going to be a reduction with the amount that we collect in water. So if the public wants to face that and the council wants to face that, that's what we're heading down as far as the slippery slope. And I don't see that as sensationalism. It's no different than saying that Inner Harbor is going to cost $1.2 billion. You don't know, I heard $1.9 billion yesterday. I said, I don't know where you're getting that number from. But I might as well say, I started saying that Evangeline's going to cost $1.2 billion. Because it's $169 million for the water rights. In addition, we said if we built a redundant pipeline that it's going to be another $700 million, in addition to the $200 million we're going to stick in the trash and burn because we're moving. So that's $1.2 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Such scare tactics, my goodness. Well, one thing that I would like to compliment you on, and I appreciate you saying, you said the pipeline can handle 100 MGD. That was one of the things that Greg Smith said that he was called a liar on. But what we didn't hear, and I was glad to hear today, was it was because of the pump stations. They can't. That's the reason you can't pump, correct? Correct.
Combination of the pump stations?
Correct, right, yeah. That's correct. The pumping system is not, it's built for 70 to 75 MGD. Yeah. So we have to, and Nick said at the last council meeting, we have to re-engineer or upgrade probably the 3 pumping stations, right, all 3, which is doable. We don't have the engineering assessment for what it means and how much it costs and how do we do it.
And that's good to know. The public needs to know that.
Yeah.
We have the capacity in the pipeline, but we can't do it because of the pump station. So that was good information for me. Right. I can use that. For MOSA, when's that contract? Y'all have already paid something. When does that come online? And that's 10 MGDs, correct?
Well, it's 10 MGD, that is correct. We take or pay 2.5 MGD, so we've already paid for that. Hopefully we don't have to take the 7.5 MGD because we paid for the 2.5. We haven't paid for the 7.5, but we have it available if we need it.
Okay.
So we've started using that water. That water has been made available to us, and we are using it.
And then Alice, they quit taking it out of the lake, correct? Because they have the desal. Is that correct? Are they still doing it?
They're still taking water, and they always plan to take some water out of the lake.
Do you know how much they're taking?
I got a text message or an email, I should say. 1.4 is what they're taking from the lake.
1.4
million gallons a day.
You got to say that to me. You know that.
Yeah.
Okay. And I do support industry, and I think we need to take care of the industry that we have here, Roland. That's a good point. We don't want them to go anywhere else, and we don't want them to not have enough water, and I think they've done everything they can to cut back. I don't think we can expect much more out of them. You said something about inserting yourselves into different water sources. I just want to make it clear, I did not insert myself into Evangeline. They inserted me in the project. I didn't do that. And I just have this face that looks so honest, Roland. That must be what it is. But anyway, they inserted me, and I'm more than happy to help and listen. The staff has handled that. And I just want to say, you guys get beat up a lot. You really do. You have to stand up here and you have to take these questions. The water department does a really good job. Do I agree with everything you do? No. Do I agree with all your answers? No. And I'll always ask you, but you guys, I know how hard you work. I know it's a 24-hour thing. So I thank you, and that doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
And, Drew, thank you for the presentation. We've had a lot of information that's went back and forth up here, and I think the biggest thing is that it's taken a long time. I remember 6 years ago when we first started talking about some of the things that were coming to fruition now, and at the end of the day, I personally, I've said this all along, that I support all water projects as long as they're viable or they make sense, and they're doable or whatever. And I depend on city staff, and I depend on some of the other experts in the community to come forward and share that. But one of the things that I want to make sure is that as we go through. And we're having this opportunity to talk a lot about some of the other sources, is that we need to come to a conclusion on what we're going to do with the Inner Harbor as soon as possible. And that's just something that I've talked to a lot of my constituents. They ask me everywhere I go what's going on. And I just think that we need to, as soon as possible, try to come to some type of resolution so that we can either move on or do what we need to do to get it back on track. So that's just the only thing I had. And I want to thank all the other input from the council members because it's some of these questions that have come up have given me the opportunity to think about some other things and validate some of the thoughts that I had. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. First of all, I want to thank you, Peter, for being very direct, because we have to be direct. You have council members up here saying the same things on different sides of where they sit on desal. And so this side thinks this side's being misinformed or putting out misinformation, and that side thinks this side's putting out misinformation. And at the end of the day, and I just told a reporter this morning, you've got to verify. You have to verify. So your direct answers no, answers yes, but here's why. And it took 3 times to get out of everybody, what did Greg Smith say, and what are the responses to that you'd like to correct and clarify? Or saying, Evangeline's going to cost $200 million. No, it's not. It's going to cost $200 million plus the 169, and possibly, and some, depending on what happens with desal. So we can, I'm not going to say skin the cat because I'm pro animals, but we can slice the pie 1,000 different ways and leave this out, leave that out. It is up to you all. So again, thank you for being extremely direct. We're at a point where if we have questions, those questions must be answered directly. And I don't care what the answer is. I think this council deserves a lot of credit for asking the right questions today and keeping the community's priorities front and center. It doesn't matter what side you're on. I hate to say it because there are sides, but it is what it is. And I think that everyone has had a very thoughtful approach to their concerns. That's what this dais is about. And so I want to thank y'all for your time. Thank you for everybody who's here today too, nodding their heads or not. Thank y'all for everybody for being here and for the presentation. This was a very good, it was very good and very educational for all of us. And we have asked a whole lot of questions. And so we're happy about that. Drew, thank you. I think we have Councilman Cantu. And then I know that we have the city manager of Sinton with us, a special guest. And I would, I know you'd like to make a few remarks, and so we'll bring you right up. Councilman Cantu, if you want to go ahead, and then we'll bring you up, sir. And that is Mr. John Hobson.
Quick question, Drew. On the Inner Harbor vote, is it still taking place next week?
I understand.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So to your question, Councilman Roy's, next week on the agenda is 2 items. One is to continue or not to continue the design services with Kiewit. So it's a yes or no vote. Do we continue or not? And then the second item is dealing with the SWIFT loan. Do we take that second loan, the second portion of the loan out? Yes or no? We have to know by the 5th. So we figured next week will be good.
Do you think the letter we sent out with the questions will get the answer?
Yeah, I asked Ryan this morning, do we have any estimate of when we can expect them? He said they didn't give us any estimate, but he thinks it's going to be a while, he said, because they have to make sure the answers are right. They haven't had to answer these questions before. They are issuing, I think, $3 billion or some big number in new issuances, so.
So do you think will be a delay on the vote if those questions are not answered?
I guess the council has to give us direction. If you want to wait to get those answers, we could not have that item on. But the issue is Kiewitz gave us, they want to know, do they continue or not? And they've kind of said if we don't continue next week, then we're done completely. But we'll have to double check that. But that's kind of what they said. Because they have employees, they've already reassigned the 90 employees somewhere else. They need to know, how long, and we won't, like, this week, we can try to get intelligence from the Water Development Board to see when they might answer those questions.
Okay.
Yeah, those are about 9 of them that they have to answer.
I also want to thank Councilman Smith for what he has done for this community. I think he has some good facts and good information. I'm sure the people that don't agree with him is because they're for Inner Harbor. He was 100% for it. And it's just a price tag. And I think you guys know where I stand at with the price tag. I also want to thank you, Peter, for being honest to the public that we're not running out of water. I think the public needed to hear that. The truth is, we're not. And I agree with Roland for the first time. I know I want to support the refineries. I do support the refineries. We need to provide them water because when they came to Corpus Christi, they asked for water. We said, yes, we have it, and we got to continue to give them water. That's just the bottom line, and I support it. And I have always supported refineries from day one. So we got to take care of them. There's no ifs or buts about it. However, we just got to figure out this water solution to get more water, to bring more jobs to Corpus Christi. So anyhow, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilman. City Manager?
John Hobson, City Manager for City of Sinton. Y'all are exhausting. You talk about Peter talking plainly and direct, and I'll just say, this is an exhausting meeting. I can't imagine having to do it every week. I wouldn't want to do it.
This is an easy one, just by the way.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Come to mine and you'll find out easy. Just a little bit about Evangeline. I sent each of you an email last week after your council meeting talking about my mayor and my city council's concern about your desire to pump 25 million gallons a day out of the Evangeline aquifer. I understand that that's a quick solution for part of the water problem that you're facing, but your quick solution is very likely to become my long-term problem. We have one water source. We don't have the millions of dollars that y'all talk about. In what you talk about is just small amounts or my entire budget. We have one water source, and that is the groundwater source that we pump our water from. We pump anywhere between 1.5 million to 2 million gallons a day. Councilmember Vaughn talked about the lake, and not that it was mismanaged, but it was used in a way because Mary Rhodes wasn't used properly or used to its full efficiency. And when we look at you coming into San Patricio County and the words that scare, I heard it from so many today. It's like we're going to take, not necessarily to Evangeline, but just to all the different water processes you talked about. When you say we're going to take it all, we're going to get all we can. That's scary for us. And it's not just the city of Sinton, but it's the farmers that surround us and everywhere else. And I will say, the amount of water that has already been permitted through San Patricio Groundwater District to pump is 25 million gallons. You don't have your well permits yet, and you don't have a transport permit yet. And I just want to assure you that we will contest every single well permit, and we will contest the right of you to export water outside of San Patricio County. You're doing what's right for y'all. We're going to do what's right for us. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. Okay, with that, we are going to, it's 3:09, we're going to recess the council meeting until 5:30 PM, at which time we will have, or will hold general public comment. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting at 5:28, and this is for our general public comment. So here we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum in adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it is not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone, email, or even an in-person appointment. So with that, let's proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. And before we begin, I just want to take a moment to address an important issue, as we always do. This council chambers is a place for public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and we won't tolerate violations of decorum. So we're going to go ahead and move forward in that spirit. And so I'll ask Mr. Risley if he could please review the City Council rules of decorum, which will appear above on the screens.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and city staff.
Yeah, can you turn, there you go.
The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So when you come up, if you'll please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority in speaking over non-residents, and if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. And this afternoon, we have 31 people signed up. Some are WebEx or on the phone, but we do have 31 people. We will start with Patricia Anderson first, followed by Melissa Zamora, Julie Rogers, Pat Craig, and then David Sloyer.
The mayor, for the record, Councilmember Scott is he's listening online. I know he's not here, but he is online.
Okay, great. Oh, Councilman Cantu.
I got a quick question for you. Is there any way, whenever Miles is reading out all the rules and stuff, is there any way that we can add, because sometimes we have 100 people talking or whatever the case is for public comment, if one of the council members go in the back, that we could still listen to the public comment, like we have TV screens and the audio out there in the back, just to advise them that, you know, we're not leaving them talking. We're going to the back, but we could still hear you guys. So
yes, to let the
just something to add to the list.
The script.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so, you know, our days run very long. You know, the day starts at 11 a.m. pretty much for everybody. So we do have these same screens in the back, and sometimes we do go back, as was just mentioned, for whatever reason. So know that there is a way to listen and to continue hearing whoever is at the podium.
Correct.
So,
better.
Yeah,
yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Yes, I have slides. All right, Gail Anderson, Corpus Christi. Here is some food for thought on Inner Harbor. Currently, our city's debt, principal plus interest, is $2.5 billion. If we add Inner Harbor, that total increases 44% to $3.6 billion. Every single father, mother, child would owe $11,400 in city debt every single year for the next 30 years. And a family of 4 would owe $45,000 every year, which doesn't include their own personal debt or the national debt or the school board debt. Our debt per capita with Inner Harbor would be almost 3 times Plano, which is the closest city in size to Corpus Christi. If we pass Inner Harbor, we may need a blood transfusion, or maybe even a brain transplant. We know the dollar cost, We know the dollar cost to build the plant, but what are the hidden costs? What are the uh-ohs? The mistakes we couldn't foresee or didn't want to see? Here are 4 uh-ohs. The first one is our far-field model. We didn't model the adjacent Nueces or Corpus Christi bays. That's really nearsighted. The Inner Harbor discharge is 1,800 feet from the Nueces Bay power plant intake, which then discharges into Nueces Bay. Plus, the Inner Harbor discharge is only 1.3 miles from Corpus Christi Bay. The next uh-oh is the Hillcrest neighborhood has a pending lawsuit with TECQ in Austin. Do we really want to continue spending money when the city could lose their discharge permit? The next uh-oh, it's a proven fact that high salinity contributes to red tides. Granted, evaporation may be the main culprit, but high salinity discharge from the Inner Harbor could definitely exacerbate the problem. Red tides produce this toxic airborne chemical, which are harmful to marine life and humans. If you've ever been around a red tide, it's an experience you won't forget. It's like being around tear gas. Red tides will definitely hurt tourism along our bayfront as well as North Beach. Red tides will shut down Inner Harbor since reverse osmosis membranes cannot tolerate those blooms. The last one is there's 27 petrochemical-related docks in the Inner Harbor. There have been spills containing crude oil, diesel fuel, isobutane, hydrochloric acid, and many other chemicals. So that could cause a potential shutdown. And that doesn't even include addressing the PFAS. So please vote Inner Harbor because the exorbitant costs and all of the potential uh-ohs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Melissa Zamora?
Hello, Melissa Zamora, District 2, Corpus Christi. Usually I'm up here talking about desalination or the need to figure out a way to transition our city into a not only focus on oil and gas, but like diversifying that into other things that doesn't harm the planet or the people that work for them. But today I am coming on behalf of our indigenous relatives and ancestors of this land. As you know, America, the city of Corpus Christi, also the state of Texas, was founded and is still on native lands. There are still native peoples here. A lot of the people who roam this area, who are still living here, Karankoa, Lipanepache, Cuauhtecan, among others, Carrizo, Comecrudo. It was brought to my attention that the Barisi Village Development was approved by y'all with the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, or TIRZ, last week, near a known Native American burial ground off of Ennis-Jocelyn. So I don't know if you know the extent of that, but being a Native person of this area, hearing how things are done here versus in other places where Native American remains have been found, off of Ennis-Jocelyn and near A&M Corpus Christi, there were several bones that were found within like the 90s, early 2000s, where that place was being developed. Those bones were then sent to like different museums. How would you feel if someone dug up your family's remains and sent them off to a museum or a school to be studied or be put on display? I just ask that you take into consideration that you need to consult with local tribes, and there's people out there that you can contact for this. Moving forward, please require that all developers conduct an archaeological survey as a precondition for the TIRZ. and contact the Karankawa Tribe of Texas, Five River Council, by emailing Karankawa, KARANKAWA, Tribe of Texas, tribe is spelled of, and then tx@gmail.com, or contact the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend. They have Facebook and a Instagram. Please keep this in mind, as in the past, things have been kind of shoved under the rug and not really taken into consideration as far as developing over known Native American burial sites, including like Enbridge. I don't know if y'all know what's happening over there in Ingleside on the Bay. They found several artifacts and they're still constructing. So it just seems like those kinds of things are just kind of shoved aside. So if we could pay more close attention and give more consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Thank you. Jill? Yes.
I did actually vote against that project, but that still makes a statement here. I don't know if we, is it a requirement? Do you know if?
I had just, let's see, spoken, I guess Heather's probably not here.
Okay.
She did some looking into it, and she was going to share it with everybody.
So she will be looking into that. Okay, thank you.
Julie Rogers? Pat, sure. Pat Craig?
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Craig. I'm in District 5 today as the chair of the Library Board. I'm here representing the entire Library Board. And in front of you have a letter that we've all agreed to, as well as a bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet. We'd like to break it down just a little for you. In the interest of maintaining and even growing the quality of life of our community, we advocate for an increase of the library's budget. When comparing Corpus Christi with 14 other Texas cities, some bigger, some smaller, we are number 8 in population. We are also number 8 in the general fund. However, we do not rank appropriately when compared with these cities in multiple areas. 4 of them are highlighted with the bullet statements you see. The first talks about that we are 1.8% of the general fund is allocated to the libraries. That places us 12th out of the 15 cities listed. The average dollar per library is $1.91 million, where Corpus Christi has about just over $1 million per library, ranks us 13 out of 15. Despite the ranking of 8th out of 15 in our population size, we rank last when it comes to the average per library for staffing, 15 out of 15. When considering the dollars per capita, we're 12th out of 15. Those rankings are at the bottom, they're highlighted. So in summary, Corpus Christi is below average for percentage of the general fund. We're below our average for money in our spent per library. We're at the bottom of the list for staff per library, and we're below our average for library dollars per capita. So if the general fund average percentage for these cities is 2.64, as you'll see in the column at the bottom, we are advocating in favor of raising us from 1.8 to just 2% of the general fund, still below the average. But we ask that these funds be available in the operating expense category for expenditures. And maybe we can fund some of these library assistants that we need, full-time or part-time, or a collection development manager, or a reference librarian. Thank you for your consideration on our libraries and the pivotal role they play in our city by the sea. Respectfully, your advisory board.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Julie? There you go.
Okay.
All right, the 10 to 12 copies have been distributed. Let's do it. After hearing the budget proposal, I had dozens.
Can you state your name and city?
Oh, excuse me, I'm Julie Rogers. I live in Uptown Corpus Christi. Dozens of people, if not 100, contacted me after the proposal was released. And I appreciate the library board crafting that letter and standing together, and I stand with them too. So do 304 people so far, and I've heard a lot of people speak so far at the budget town hall sessions. So we're circulating this petition, which says, say no to defunding Corpus Christi public libraries, because essentially that's what you're doing. You are defunding libraries. For the fiscal year 2026 budget, Corpus Christi Public Libraries was seeking to increase the materials budget and library staffing levels, but the fiscal year 26 proposed budget reduces the materials budget by $50,000 and eliminates the branch manager position at Hart Library. We are asking the Corpus Christi City Council to make our libraries and literacy a priority so that the libraries can achieve their mission. Corpus Christi Public Libraries needs to have and deserves increased staffing levels, better operational hours, and more library resources, not less. The mission of the library is to improve literacy, enhance knowledge, and create a sense of community by making useful information easily accessible to the Corpus Christi area. It's a mission impossible when CCPL is persistently and chronically underfunded. The libraries are the 6th least funded department in the city and only receive 1.8% of the general fund expenditures, which is $6,197,791 of the $1.8 billion. It's also a mission impossible to create a sense of community and make information easily accessible with the reduced operating hours at all the library branches, but especially at Hart Library in Flower Bluff, where weekly operational hours will be reduced from 44 to 28 effective Monday, August 11th. So I think my time is almost up, but it is a quality of life department, and literacy correlates to all the other quality of life indicators. 1 in 3 of our population is illiterate. 1 in 3 have diabetes. 1 in 3 are sexually exploited. There's a way to fix this, and it starts with funding the libraries correctly, please.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Yeah, Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a statement about how we are recognizing the impact that these library changes are having on the community. And we're, while unfortunately it has come upon us very quickly in order to stay in compliance with state safety policies, we're trying to be incredibly proactive to be accessible to the community so we can try to, in the short term, immediate future, reallocate for some of those needs to get those covered while we can plan a long-term standalone location for what we're offsetting here. And that the town hall, I hope that we can share that with the library board Monday, the 25th.
Yeah, so this morning we did share that town hall with the library board, and so they're aware. And for the community, we'll have Councilwoman Paxton and myself will be hosting a town hall, and I should say the Flower Bluff Independent School District is hosting a town hall next Monday at 6 p.m. at the Hart Library in Flower Bluff. And as Councilwoman Paxton just said, the changes at the Hart Library are changes mandated from the school district, who we have a joint partnership with the library there, and they come from the state. The state passed the legislature passed laws that make all libraries in Texas that are co-operated in a school to be in compliance this school year. And so we're following a state mandate, and it's not on the city, it's on the school district. And that is that there has to be separation of students and general patrons. And so that's what we're doing. And yeah, and we'll explain that more at the town hall. We've been explaining it at all our community budget meetings. But the unfortunate truth is that the state, through the school district, are mandating this change in operation. But I think we're coming out pretty good still. We'll be open 6 days a week at the Hart Library, a little bit different hours from from 3-ish, 3:15-ish, all the way to 8, Monday through Friday, right? Because when that bell rings at 3 o'clock, 3:05 or so, but at 4, right? Yeah, we may 4 o'clock for sure, but we may have somebody there even sooner once that bell rings. But at least 4 to 8, Monday through Friday, will be open at the Hart Library. And then on Tuesday, 9 to 1 for morning hours. So during those hours I just said, there'll be no school activities in the library. There could be students that are there as a patron, but and then Saturday 9 to 6 on Saturday. So this is an issue, a legacy issue we have to deal with as a community, which is that we have 2 of these. One's in City Council District 5, 2 of these being co-operated libraries. One's in City Council District 5, the other's in City Council District 4. So of our 5 branch libraries, only 3 are standalone city facilities. The rest are city facilities on school district grounds. So we're mindful of it. We appreciate the library board chair being here and former board members. And we're working through it. Councilwoman Paxson is well aware of the issue, as are we. That's why we're overly communicating. That's why we're going to have a town hall meeting this coming Monday there at Flower Bluff.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. And I just also want to remind the public that there is 3 more opportunities to make public statements or make an input about what you care about, and libraries is one of them. I know in my district it's going to be at the Greenwood Senior Center on the 27th, but also on that same day, Mayor, there's going to be a proclamation read there for Linda Escobar, 60 years of Tejano musician. But this is what I just want to make a statement that the libraries, especially the Greenwood, is used so much. I mean, I don't know if it's one of the busiest, but I know that they always have a lot of attendance. So again, it is a quality of life issue.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, next we'll have David Sloyer, followed by Ron Graben, Melinda De Los Santos, Carrie Meyer, and then Gilbert Gonzalez.
Lord, this is for you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and staff, for allowing me to speak to you. My name is David Sloyer, and I'm a resident of Corpus Christi, and today I'm introducing Big Daddy, our nation's largest desalination plant. The 100 million gallon per day facility will be located just south of the Flower Bluff Electric Power Plant. This site has been chosen for 3 simple reasons. First, the desalination process requires large amounts of electricity. The adjacent power plant will provide that need with little to no transmission line loss. Second, intake and discharge water operations will originate and terminate in an open, clean, and continuously flowing Gulf Stream. The underground pipelines will pose no boundary interference or environmental impact to the national seashore ecosystem. And third, large freshwater supply lines will travel westward, giving life to Corpus Christi's growing south side and establishing a new and attractive water source for the King Ranch. These are very compelling reasons. Chief Water Operating Officer, Mr. Drew Molly, has said the Inner Harbor Water Project will serve as a model for future water projects. Big Daddy is that next generation project. I believe the ship channel water will eventually go to the local industry, and the clean Gulf water will go to the people. Corpus Christi has the biggest bridge in the state, so let's have the biggest desal plant too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloyer. Ron Graben.
Ron Graben, District 1. Long day for all of you. God bless you. 5 things. First of all, those that voted for Ariana Jones, congratulations. In the future, she may end up being one of our mayors. She has that kind of talent, and I want to congratulate all of you. Number 2, speaking of mayors, I want to go on record as saying I fully support our mayor. 7 years ago, I made that commitment, haven't changed my mind, and I know that re-elections come up every 2 years. It's too soon. I think that ought to be changed, but you know, others will run, and that's fine, but I'm already spoken for, so I want everybody to understand that. Number 3, I support our city manager, Peter Zanoni. He gets lots of criticism. He goes left, they say he should go right, right, should go left. He has done a great job from my assessment, paid a lot of attention to North Beach, as well as other areas of the city. And I appreciate that, and it's a thankless job, and I just want to go on record as saying that. Number 4, we need water, and I think you all know that. I'm not going to add to anything that's already been said. I listened to Councilman Barrera's comments earlier today, made a lot of sense. The news on the street, if it gets out there that there's a water issue and water crisis, we're in trouble as a city. And that is beginning to leak out. And we want to try and, no pun intended, we want to try and avoid that if possible. Sometimes when you're in a tight situation, the way out is very expensive. And so we have to do what we have to do. Number 5, Michelle is here. She sent all of you an email. She's from North Jersey, Italian. Uncle Charlie was a weekend vet at the horse track, so probably better for me to explain to you what's happening there with parks. And it's not just a North Beach situation. It is a larger issue. I don't want to bring things publicly that should be brought privately. So I would like to sit down and talk with the leadership and address the situation that we see, because there's things that we know that Peter does not know, and it's hard to make decisions when you don't know all the facts, or you get facts that are tainted. And so I'm just trying to be gracious and say there's a problem, and we want to sit down and talk about the problem. And it's not people sleeping in a park. That's not the problem. That's a symptom of the problem. So as best I can be generous and say, I'd like to sit down and talk with the right people, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. Melinda De Los Santos.
Not until they get their things. I'm going to reiterate some things. Good afternoon. My name is Melinda De Los Santos, Corpus Christi. I will be speaking on the water projects and library budget. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for voting to proceed with Evangeline as part of the water projects. I've listened to a vast number of citizens providing insight on these water projects at city council meetings, radio, and groups around the city. My 30,000-foot view is the majority of the citizens prefer alternative water sources rather than the inner harbor. Many in favor of the inner harbor appear to have a financial interest and are allegedly threatening some of the council members. The city and financial interest groups are using scare tactics. The scare tactics aren't working. Instead, they have ignited citizens to investigate and find answers. The results, The cost of the Inner Harbor is astronomical for 30 MGD. There are better and cheaper alternatives that won't have an impact to the Hillcrest community or fishing and tourism industry. There is a lack of transparency of information from the city, leading to mistrust. And our city has not been a good steward of our water resources, such as water capture and evaporations. I pray you listen to the voices and make the right choices. As far as the library, I am on the library board, but I'm not representing them at this time. I have provided a handout of 2 charts. In the interest of comparing the benchmark cities that are more comparable to Corpus Christi for fiscal year 2025, I have taken the cities having 4 to 7 libraries, excluding Plano, because frankly, they are out of the norm. Here are the results. CCPL serves a city which has the 2nd highest population and largest in square miles. Corpus Christi ranks 1st with the highest general fund, yet CCPL ranks 3rd for the percentage of the general fund allocated to them. CCPL is below average, receiving 1.8% of the general fund, with the average being 2.15%. Arlington and Garland have lower general funds allocated and they gave 3.01% and 2.69% respectively. CCPL is below average for the dollar amount allocated per library, below average for total personnel per each library, below average for the library dollars per capita. In summary, analyzing these 5 comparable benchmark cities, you are asking our libraries to serve the largest city with the 2nd highest population and with the most money in the general fund to be a resource center, a homeschooling center, an activity program event center for all ages, and a cooling center, while providing them with a below average budget and insufficient staff. The 2nd chart shows in the last 10 years, the highest CCPL has received from the general fund is 1.87%, and the amount of personnel provided has been below average. I urge you to amend your proposed budget and to take our libraries from below average status and place them, if not above average, at least average at 2.15% of the general fund. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Carrie Meyer. Carrie Meyer. Okay, Gilbert Gonzalez.
Gilbert Gonzalez, Corpus Christi District 2. Madam Mayor, honorable city council members, I've lived in Corpus Christi since 1976. I went to high school here. I graduated college here. I spent my entire professional career in this city. In all that time, I've never felt compelled to address the city council, until now. The most critical issue facing the citizens of the city is not street repair, infrastructure improvements, the naming of the American Bank Center, it's water. By most estimates, we will be out of water in 18 to 24 months. If we run out of water, the city dies. It's that simple. Our land will be worthless, our homes will be worthless, our businesses will be worthless, industry will die, tourism will die. This is not hyperbole. Towns and communities in other parts of the country are now ghost towns because they ran out of water. Desalination is the only viable option for a reliable long-term water source. Some of you believe that there are other alternatives, such as securing water rights from other locations, drilling ground wells, tapping brackish water from aquifers. Unfortunately, all these alternatives require the cooperation of Mother Nature. They require rain. I think we can all agree that Mother Nature is no longer cooperating with us. And I don't blame her. We've treated her very shabbily over the last 50 years, and she's tired. So we have to use technology to save ourselves. This is not experimental technology. This is a proven technology that has been used for decades and will only get better over time as more of the world is forced to use it. Some of you are concerned with the cost. The numbers I've seen, 1.2, 1.5, 2 billion. In a few years, those numbers are going to sound like a bargain. But at that point, it will be too late. Do not let your legacy be that you let the city die. Let your legacy be that you secured the long-term future of Corpus Christi by pursuing a reliable water source for generations to come. I urge you to move forward with the desalination project. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical issue.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Jason Hale. And then we'll have Susie Saldana, Peter Moore, Mark Minster, and Lola Gamboa.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Hi, council members. Today I'm going to talk about the mismanagement of Phase 2 of Mary Rhodes Pipeline. The data I'm going to present today is from the Texas Water Development Board's website, submitted to them from the city of Corpus Christi. And to find the data, you just go to Municipal Historical Water Use Estimates for Region N. So here are the results. The charts show how much water CCW took in from each reservoir from 2017 to 2024. The green and yellow bars are the western reservoirs, blue is Lake Texana, and red is the Colorado River, which is Phase 2 of the Mary Rhodes Pipeline, and is the subject of my comment today. The reason is because those red bars should be as big as the blue bars, but they're not because Phase 2 delivered 33% of its capacity over that 8-year period. It's kind of like building the Inner Harbor and running it at 33% for 8 years. It's kind of crazy. Another way of looking at it is pipelines versus reservoirs. And as you can see, in the year 2022, we really needed the pipelines to be delivering full capacity, but they weren't, so we had to use more reservoir water. So if you add up all of the deficits from Phase 2, you get a cumulative total of 187,000 acre feet over the 8-year total, which is a lot of water. For reference, our reservoirs over the last year dropped 100,000 acre feet. So we wouldn't even be in stage 3 right now. Another way of looking at it is that's 6 years of full output from the Inner Harbor, something that would cost us $600 million. So one way people could frame this is that for 8 years, we left billions of gallons on the table, yet the city has the audacity to tell us that every drop counts, and they fine us for watering our lawns. Now, I know in 2022, there was an important study that needed to be done, but I want to make the argument that it should have happened in 2018. That way, when GCGV went online in 2022, we'd be operating Phase 2 at full capacity. I mean, that's the reason we were able to bring them here, you know? So what I'd like to know is, in 2018, who knew about this, who allowed it to happen, and was this done intentionally in order to manufacture a water crisis to garner support for seawater desalination? And will anyone be held accountable? Because if not, it sends a message to residents that the mismanagement of our water resources is okay. And given the price of water moving forward, I think that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Susie Saldana.
Mayor, just one more thing.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the audience, we did discuss this earlier today, and per our city manager, he did state that when he got here 6 years ago, that there was the crisis, but it took this long. Is that what you did state, right? That it took at least 4 years to look and be able to address some of these issues, but the city, you did know that we were not operating the Mary Rhodes pipeline at full capacity.
Right.
Full capacity.
That's correct, Councilman. Yeah, Councilman Greg Smith, who used to sit right up there, would remind us, whenever there was an item dealing with water. So what we said earlier today is, and this is highly condensed, but it took a couple of years to organize the department, to create a chief operating officer, to add staff that could run the department better than prior. Then we had to be able to treat the water at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant, which suffered from lack of investment. So even if more water was coming through, it's quite probable we wouldn't have had the capacity at the treatment plant to treat it. So we put together a five-year reinvestment plan to upgrade the Owen Stevens. So that's been happening. There's still some work to be done. And then in the last 2 years, we've spent in our spending $19 million to complete the work on the Mary Rhodes pipeline that could have been completed 25 years ago. So we had to improve the pumping system. There's 3 pump stations. There's the one at Lake Texana, Woodsboro, and Bloomington. And those didn't have the right electric components, redundancy, and so on. And so that's all been completed to where earlier this year, for the first time in the pipeline's history, we increased production 84%, and it's been steady since that time.
And so actually, it's double. I believe we increased it by at least 30 more MGD.
Yeah,
which
84%.
Is right, so which is what we are now looking into for the harbor, for the inner harbor plant. So again, we spent a fraction of the dollars, and we're able to get the 30 MGD. That was what I wanted to get across.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Councilman Vaughn.
Can we get clarity on what we can and can't do up here? Because I have been on council before. We were never allowed to interact with the public, and I've never heard so many questions. So we need clarity on what it is.
Yeah, so, and as you know, I've sent out more than one memo because you can make a statement of fact. And a statement of fact should be just that, a statement of fact, which is typically someone says something and you want to come back and say kind of correction or statement of fact, XYZ. But it should not be to ask questions or to make statements. And thank you for bringing it up, because it really has to be a statement of fact. And I don't want to sit here and correct y'all and say, that's not a statement of fact. So before putting on your light, and that's why I said in memos, when someone makes, excuse me, a statement or they come here with an issue or a problem, I will make certain to say, Peter, can we please address this, and staff will do it. And that way it is taken care of, and we don't have 3 people saying, well, can we take care of that? Because we want to make sure that everybody's taken care of. But we need to make sure that if you put your light on during public comment, it is to correct a statement, not necessarily to make a statement. It is a statement of fact. So you're correcting something that you feel needs to be corrected.
Oh, and I guess the point that I was trying to make, or have been trying to make, is to make sure that the public comments that are being addressed, or that should be addressed. Since
So, Ms. Campos, that's what I just said. I'm going to make sure, and that way you don't have to turn on the light unless you're going to make a statement of fact and you want to correct something that someone is saying. Yeah.
Understood.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Saldana.
Susilina Saldana, District 2. You know, I come before you because today's discussion and your briefing was very excellent. I thought that you all answered and asked a lot of questions. And you know what that tells me when you ask questions? It tells me what position you're coming from. And yes, Mayor, our council is definitely divided. It is divided, and it's very easy to see. Some people are here for the taxpayers. Some are for industry, and they like to carry their water for them and make it very plain in their statements. So when you look at what's going on, and I am glad you're looking at all the solutions, I ask you to look, because I'm in favor of desal as a long-term solution. Short-term solution we need now. But we need to do it without any council people profiting from it. So that when you do your work, you're not getting political contributions for your statements, or you're not getting political money for those statements, that you are doing it for the benefit of the taxpayers. I had some remarks for Councilman Scott, but he's not here, and I prefer that he be present at the time. I prefer that each of you be present when there are comments, public comments, and right now we've got 2 council people out. 3, as a matter of fact. But what you need to understand, that we take notice of who's listening to public comments. You may not like what we say, but you're here to listen to it because that's why you got elected. So I want to make sure that you understand that I appreciate what you're doing for water. I appreciate the discussions. I appreciate the honesty from some of you, and I appreciate what you're doing because any way you look at it, we need water, and you need to get it from our, I especially appreciate our city manager with his transparency and the way he's been bringing up things. So he's doing his job. Do yours.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Peter Moore.
Okay, my name's Peter Moore. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi and I live in District 4. I want to talk about the Breezy Village development. And what concerns me is the lack of a plan for, or really even discussion of, the discovery of indigenous burials during construction of this project. I've given you a copy of an article from the Corpus Christi Caller back in 1891, which gives a detailed description of the discovery of 52 burials, which is a pretty sizable cemetery in close proximity to the Breezy site. According to the article, this cemetery was found on the north bank of Oso Bay, about 1 1/4 miles from Corpus Christi Bay shoreline, which would put it somewhere south of Suter Wildlife Refuge, probably in the Pelican Bay subdivision, just a few hundred feet at most from the proposed lake in the Breezy plan. When I shared this article with archaeologist Robert Rickless before he died, he was not surprised, and he said that the whole North Oso shoreline might be what he called, quote, an extensive prehistoric mortuary precinct and cultural boundary zone that was marked and sanctified as an area for burial of the dead, end quote. The council was made aware of the possibility of such a cemetery when Blackard Company pitched its plan to the city, but as far as I can tell, there was no mention of it during last week's discussion of the TIRZ. Now, some people would say there's already been tons of development on the Breezy site, a golf course, a subdivision. Wouldn't that have destroyed any burial sites? Possibly, but think about it. When TxDOT widened Innis Joslin in the early 2000s, they were in an area that had undergone decades of development, a road, homes, utilities, businesses, yet they still found the remains of 7 people, some of which had been discovered, ignored, and then bulldozed by previous developers. So, given the long history of desecration of indigenous burial grounds along Innis Joslin Road, the city owes it to local Native people to work with an archaeologist to evaluate the possible impact of this project on Native burials. At the very least, the city council should insist, as a condition of the city's support, that 1, the developer consult with an independent professional archaeologist, 2, come up with an inadvertent discovery plan, and 3, determine if an archaeological survey and archaeological monitoring of construction are warranted. I also ask, 4th, that the City Council consult with local indigenous people or organizations, including representatives from the Karankawa Tribe of Texas, Lipan Tribe of Texas, Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend, and South Texas Alliance of Indigenous People, to ensure that the graves of their ancestors are treated with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mark Minster.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. I have slides today talking about IDAs and just explanation of how industry doesn't pay their fair share. So the industrial district agreements, they are agreements with corporations that they pay pilot payments instead of property taxes. And in Texas, local government, not the state government, sets the tax rates and collects property taxes used for schools, streets, police, fire, and more. And so these allow corporations that have their business and commercial assets to be valued at reduced amounts, resulting in less revenue from the city. So this page is the actual IDA master agreement with the city, and it shows how the rates are valued for different classifications of assets. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one so I can get to other stuff, but this is the actual form that shows the valuation percentages, and it's like showing there's potential revenue out there, I think hundreds of millions that the city could be collecting. And so this next slide has the revenue amounts that the city's collecting from the IDAs, so around 20 million in previous years, now up to 32 million, and I know the city has 70 to 80 current IDA agreements, and in 2031, they'll have 3 coming on from just three corporations that'll be worth 50 million. And that was brought up in the discussion of subsidizing the water rate increases if we move forward with the desalination plant. So that's why I bring this up, because it's relevant into, let me go to the next slide here. The same companies that get these favorable IDA agreements use a large majority of our water, pollute our air and water. These pictures are from Portland, around this area, across from North Beach and the Inner Harbor. And then they wield their political influence because of their financial state to impact decisions made by the city council. IDA holders are still able to protest and contest their asset evaluations, and residents face increased rates as the city seeks solutions to increase their water supply, again, as industry does use the majority of the water. That causes a demand for us to seek water solutions that are millions of gallons a day, the desalination plants, instead of other alternatives. Residents face drought restrictions while industrial users continue on with their usage. Residents pay valuations on any improvements to their home and personal dwelling. And yes, they can appeal it too, but they don't get the significant valuation reductions that industry does. So the council should at least present possible outcomes. I know you signed 15-year agreements, but you could collect this through water rates or other avenues, and the cost is beyond just financial, health, environment, social influence on government decisions. And this last slide, it was December 28, 2023. It was actually 600 days ago from today. It was the first desalination event that I went to. And so yeah, that's the basis beyond just the financial considerations of the cost of this desalination plant. The basis is the Hillcrest neighborhood. They don't deserve this being built in the buffer zone, and there's people there that have been continuously showing up. So that's, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minster. Lola Gamboa? Lola Gamboa. Okay, Adam Rios? And then we'll have Miriam Guerra Ratchety, Fatima Guerra Ratchety, Robin Cox, and Sandra Meyer.
I didn't know I was going to see some of my friends here. Adam Rios, District 5. In honor of my friends being here and some of what you've heard earlier, before I start, I'll just say this, something I learned a long time ago. Nache que tena ma, nache que tena shta, nache que tena apo, o que papo awa che pelo. To my brothers and sisters. I am here to talk about something that a little different, BMXing. Total pivot. I'm proud to announce that I'm on board of the directors of the Corpus Christi BMX, serving on a public relations capacity. We are striving to bring our community together in hopes to establish a sanctioned track at Salinas Park. For those of you who are listening that don't know where Salinas Park is, specifically the BMX track is right across the street from Martin Junior High off of Greenwood. And we think it would be an incredible addition to our city in an area that could definitely use something really, to us, as mainstream. We recently had our community launch event. It was a really good turnout. We are inviting everyone to join us this November 7th and 8th for our 2025 induction ceremony of the BMX Hall of Fame. And it's happening right here in Corpus Christi. The irony is this is the first time that this event is being held in a city that doesn't even have a BMX track. But it speaks volumes, because when I was talking to the organizers, they said, but we just really love Corpus. We love the amenities that Corpus has to offer. At one point in time, there was a park. There's talks of the park coming back, which we're really excited about. There's meetings that are already going to be taking place very soon. But basically what we just want is for everybody to love Corpus Christi the way we see it and what it has to offer. It speaks volumes about the culture that exists for alternative sports here in the Coastal Bend. We're trying to position Corpus Christi as a premier destination for alternative sports enthusiasts, which, by the way, we had the proclamation here last month. The W.B. Ray High School Skate Club sanctioned by CCISD, will be having their first skate club meeting this Thursday after school at 4:30. They are looking for support, and I'm pleading on their behalf. They had, I believe, almost 20 kids sign up at Ray High School, new students to join the skate club. Unfortunately, some of them don't have skateboards, or the equipment they have could definitely use some updates. So if you'd like to get together with me, anybody listening, I'm doing what I can to get them quality skateboards, equipment, helmets, pads, everything that they're gonna need. And finally, the Texas Gulf Surfing Association asked me to remind everybody that there is an open contest coming up here in Corpus Christi on the 6th and 7th. So a lot of alternative sports happening, a lot of attention coming to Corpus, and as always, let's bring X Games here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Miriam Guerra-Rechedy?
Hello, good evening. My name is Miriam Guerra-Rechedy, and I'm from District 1. I want to first acknowledge, I understand the hard work that all of you do. I can come here and just speak for 2 to 3 minutes, and then I'll go about my merry way, but I understand that you do have very difficult decisions, okay? And I may not agree with you on everything, but I do respect everything that you do. I just wanted to say that first and foremost. I was born and raised in Corpus Christi, and I have always been proud of living in the sparkling city by the sea. But lately, I have noticed that it's not so sparkling anymore. Other people I know feel the same. One woman once told me that when she drives past the refineries, she feels like she's in a dystopian Mad Max movie. Another friend of mine who's not from here said that Corpus Christi has become known as the armpit of Texas. An elderly couple has recently told me that they moved to Corpus Christi back in the 80s because it was a paradise. Yet now, after seeing so much growth with industry, they lament sarcastically, now some paradise. One former coworker from Maine bluntly said that Corpus Christi has poor streets and wonders why there's not enough focus on our natural beauty. I remember growing up swimming for hours with my family at North Beach. Now, I'm afraid to enter it after my daughter contracted impetigo from swimming in the water. I lost my place. And I remember as a child walking down shoreline and gazing at the endless water and the endless skies. Now, my once beautiful view is obstructed by God knows what, but it certainly isn't beautiful. So I hope that more funding goes to beautifying our city, our bays, our natural trails, our libraries, our parks, and say no to big industry and desalination plants. And God willing, hopefully, Corpus Christi will once again become the sparkling city by the sea. Thank you so much, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra-Rechedy. Fatima Guerra-Rechedy?
My name is Fatima Shidi, and I reside in District 1. I'm starting off with a Lord of the Rings quote by J.R.R. Tolkien, because in this situation, I feel like Frodo. I wish it not need happen in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf. And so do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. So I'm using this time to use my voice to dissuade you from moving forward with desalination. Whenever I read my science books, they always talk about preserving energy, finding solutions to our present problems, saving ecosystems, finding ways not to pollute, etc. But I find that, compared to what is going on in Corpus Christi, studying such things as conservation and preserving ecosystems is an illusion. The decisions that adults have made and continue to make are affecting the future of my generations and others to come. When my generation grows up, we're going to have to clean up your mess. I've heard of many projects concerning water, rerouting water and water displacement and desalination. All of these projects have resulted in disaster to delicate ecosystems. And we are all aware of the detrimental impacts that discharge from a desalination plant may have on our bays. So I say to you, this may sound cringy, but be like Frodo and take courage to use the time given to you to make things right. Say no to desal and big industry. Say yes to our beautiful waters and to the people of Corpus Christi. Thank you for your time, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Ms. Rashidi. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox from District 3, and I've kind of changed what I was originally going to say today from a conversation I had with my neighbor. I live in District 3, and we are the heart of middle class. We are the working class people. We are the people that bag your groceries. We are the people that deliver your mail. And I walk every day and I run, and I stopped to talk to one of my neighbors, and she let me know about how she loved seeing this council because we have Democrats and Republicans working together, and she's referred to some of y'all as the Fab Five. I won't say what she said about the other ones, but she said, I really love what they're doing, and every one of them said we are so lucky to have Eric as our council member because he is listening to us and answering our calls, as long with Carolyn Vaughn. She discussed how many of you probably don't even know what a gallon of milk cost. You probably never bought a gallon of milk. My dad had me do an experiment one time, and I ask all of you to do it. Go to the grocery one day with $100, not a dime more, and see what that gets you. And think about that when we're asking people and telling them we're only going to raise your water bill a little bit. That $100 will mean somebody not buying bread, not buying water, not buying something. But also, these people we don't take vacations like some of the rest of you do, going to Cabo on a fishing trip. We go here for the weekend. This weekend, my boyfriend and I took his boat out, and we rode around, and it was so wonderful. And that's what most people come to Corpus for. And they say it's not going to disturb the fishing. Well, it's simple Google. You can just Google this thing. Brine production and disposal. The process produces higher saline brine, typically about twice the concentration of input in seawater. Disposing of the brine is especially complex and can disrupt marine biology. Now, when I drive out to some property on Flower Bluff, the sewer system is constantly backing up. We can't even keep the sewer system straight, and we want these same people to handle a desal plant? I don't think it's possible. So when we're thinking about doing this, we have to wonder, there are so many people pushing hard for desal. It's not too easy to wonder, follow the money. If desal goes through, let's see who buys new boats and new fishing. I'll put something on Facebook, and I see a past city council member coming right back, commenting. I think, why is he so concerned? He's part of the one that messed this up to begin with. So you have to wonder why certain city council members are pushing so hard for desal. We need water right now, not in 5 years, and desal's not going to be built by December. And that scare tactic, this same neighbor that I talked to said something so cute. I was trying to say, don't worry, because she said, are we not going to have water by December? I let her know that's a scare tactic, and I thought it was so cute. She said, like the kukui, they're trying to scare us. So please don't scare us with the kukui. We're smarter than that.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Sandra Meyer. Sandra Meyer? Oh, no. Okay, David Johnson. And then we'll have Rachel Caballero, Henry Williams, Marilena Garza, and Joshua Frederick.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, City staff. I'm David Johnson. I live in District 4, Corpus Christi, Texas. Long ago, a boss of mine advised me when giving evaluations of people or organizations to have a mixture of both positive and negative comments in order to be balanced. So I'm going to start out with some positives. Your Parks and Recreation Department does an outstanding job. I enjoy your fitness classes on the weekends. The Safe Fun Fit, I believe is what it's called. I enjoy walking the seawall, not as often as I should, but I still enjoy walking it. I enjoy your summer concerts at Cole Park. I enjoy our beautiful Gulf beaches year-round, 3 to 4 times at least a month. And I believe these programs and these parks are operated and maintained in a fantastic manner. So there's the positive. The negative is what most people have been talking about here, our water resources and the desal plant. I would like to compliment those council members who've had the heart, the soul, the courage, and the ethics to stand up to big industry and our rather shady Chamber of Commerce. I would like to ask what is the most common method cities use to fund capital improvements? I believe the answer is issuance of municipal bonds. You can't do a revenue bond for the desal plant because it's not going to make a dime. It would never pay itself back. You can't do a general obligation bond because that requires tax increase and voter approval. So I believe that's why the city has chosen to do the end-around play and go to state funding sources. The claim is that it's better terms, better interest rates, et cetera. Debt is still debt. I also believe that it was done, state funding sources were used to avoid voter approval. I believe you could end a lot of this controversy if you would float a bond election and put it to the voters. Let the voters decide. Once that's decided, the controversy's over. You say voters voted instead of city staff, instead of council members. Let the voters decide on this issue. I would like to close. There have been a couple of talks about Barisi Village and Blacker development. The comments earlier were related to Native Americans. I would like to comment on the TIRZ that's been offered to them. Don't give this person any of their money back until they actually do some development. All they've done is mow, trim a few trees, which is city code. They have done nothing. They've not turned over one shovel of dirt that would count as actual development. Thank you for your time, and first time here, hope to be back many other times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Well, today we determined the price tag is nowhere near $227 million as initially proposed for the Inner Harbor desal plant, experimental desal plant. We determined the permit was just approved on 8/1 of 25, 18 days ago. We determined per the permit that this water is only for industry. We determined that the water was being drained from our lakes. We determined that there are several water alternatives. We also determined today that we, the community, are not going to run out of water. And as you can hear, your fear tactics were working. But some of you knew that. In the handouts, you will see official statements from the Corpus Christi Taxpayers Association, the Nueces County Democratic Party, the Libertarian Party of Nueces County. I forgot to print that one, but it'll be on social media tomorrow and in your emails. The Coastal Conservation Association, CCA, the Saltwater Fisheries Enhancement Association, SEA, all against the Inner Harbor experimental desalination project. This is your community coming together from all sides to let you all know that we are against this Inner Harbor desalination plant. We have got to get out of the mentality that this is our only option, and some of you have got to get your heels undug from this project. And finally, we have got to get out of the mentality that community services and public safety are always the first to get hit during a budget crisis. It is unfair to this community, and I implore every single one of you to do what community members are asking. Let's beautify our city. Let's not allow for our community to be turned into an industrial wasteland. Some of you know that this is the long-term plan. Some of you are a part of it. And we know that you are. So I am asking that you guys regroup, refocus, and let's use the natural gifts that our community was given and fight to protect Corpus Christi, the body of Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Henry Williams.
Mayor, City Council men and women, City Manager, those who are in attendance. Item 2 on the agenda, which has to do with the parks.
Can you state your name and city, please?
Excuse me?
State your name and city, please.
Henry Williams, District 1. And that gave me a great deal of satisfaction when I read that. And I want to commend you all, indeed, for the passage of the bill that has to do with the improvement of the parks. Williams Park, TCR's, Washington Coles, and Ben Garza. And these parks will be raised to the standard that that we as a community desire to see that they indeed attain to. And I wanted to speak to that. But I want to speak to the vision of our city, which you have heard from, practically most of the people who have come to speak this evening. I am a third-generation Corpus Christian, okay? And my family, my grandfather had a business on the north side, okay? And, the hurricane of 1919, that destroyed his business, okay? And my father became a civil rights leader, during the early days of the civil rights movement. Okay, and I think to some extent the ball has been passed to me. Okay, but we need to know who we are as a community. We are the body of Christ. Okay, we have a vision to fulfill, indeed, of who we are as a people, who we are as a city. And we need to understand, we need to have a vision of who we are. Okay, and to seek to fulfill that. Okay, regarding Number Harbor desalination, if we are having a drought, it may be, and the Bible speaks a great deal of rain, and it speaks a great deal of when rain is withheld. Okay, rain is a blessing from God. If we are not getting it, what we should do is seek among ourselves to pray and to ask him, is there an area of our city life that is not speaking of you all, but of ourselves as a city, of that which we should be doing to fulfill his purposes in our lives and as a city, that he is withholding the rain and he may be speaking to us, that we should examine our lives and see who we are as a city and become the body of Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. I'm again here to talk about, guess what? Public comment. House Bill 2840, Open Meetings Act, says the public must be allowed to speak before or during each agenda item. The current format that we have risks noncompliance, leaves the city open to Attorney General complaints or lawsuits alleging Open Meeting Act's violation. Even the appearance of noncompliance weakens public trust in our elected officials. Unfortunately, it is my opinion that the mayor appears to have a broad discretion to not call for public comment or to call items out of order. I saw that every time I've come, I've seen a near infraction. Today you called item 7 before item 3. Those things were not something that I wanted to nitpick, but because you've changed the formatting of public comment and you've taken away the general comment at noon, these are big glaring liabilities that you're leaving yourself open, and it's all on you, unfortunately. You're the presiding officer. The current format creates a risk of viewpoint discrimination or intimidation. I feel like it's intimidating when there's people that are waiting for public comment and you nearly go over it, and it's like, if I wasn't sitting in that audience, would you have caught it? Because I'm like looking over the dais like, are you gonna call it? You're gonna call it, you're gonna call it, right? That's intimidation. And it's because participation depends on the mayor's choices rather than consistent rules. We're putting it all on you, and it's, in my opinion, unfair. You know, other Texas cities have strengthened rules to avoid lawsuits. This just looks bad. This looks bad. You need to change your public comment formatting. You pull agenda items all this time. Things are going to get more difficult. Like, this meeting was an easy meeting in comparison to some of the other bigger meetings you have. You had 15 agenda items. This time, there's times where I've seen your agenda items, I mean your total meeting agenda, it's like 30 items, 40 items. You're here till midnight. When we're spanning our meeting lengths that long, mistakes are going to happen. And people are going to file lawsuits, especially as the political season gets closer. That's low-hanging fruit. Don't leave low-hanging fruit for us to be sued. Just make this change before things get even more crazy. I'm here advocating that I don't want our city to get sued. I don't want people to think that you're intimidating people, but when I sit here and it consistently happens, I don't know what to think. So please make these changes. Please have public comment before you start talking on the agenda, and then this wouldn't be an issue. So please think about it.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. So I'm going to make a couple statements of facts. I got my numbers confused, Ms. Garza, the 3 and the 7. I didn't mean to do that. I'm also adjusting to public comment after every single item. It is absolutely not intimidation. I'm the only one who did not vote for the current process because I was for the noon hour. So I'm with you. I'd like Ms. Huerta or somebody from her office to get with you regarding your concerns, which we appreciate, but we have made absolute certain that, you know, what has passed this dais is legal. And I'll take accountability. Yes, sometimes I forget. Ms. Huerta has to say, you know, don't forget public comment. But again, I'm also trying to adjust to it, so forgive me. But it is absolutely not purposeful. You know, again, I love the public comment at the beginning, and even both. There could have been a combination, but nonetheless, it is what it is, and we're working to move that forward. But Ms. Huerta, I would like for you, please, to have somebody just go over some of the things she mentioned. I don't believe that we're in violation, but maybe you can go over that.
Yes, ma'am. We'll reach out to her.
Yeah, thank
Ms.
you.
Garza.
Thank you. Joshua Frederick.
Hello, Council. Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. A couple weeks ago, I invited you guys to a rock concert at the House of Rock. I wanted to report back how they did with all the donations. It was 8 bands. They got 350 backpacks, thousands and thousands of pencils. They literally didn't bother to count. They did it by weight. 1,000 notebooks, tons of toys, and apparently a fishing reel got donated. I'm not entirely sure why, but maybe it's an educational fishing reel. They ended up with around 400 pounds of school supplies. So if any of you bothered to go to that concert or donated to that, I genuinely want to say thank you on my behalf and also for the event. I am gonna do the really annoying thing and talk about another fundraiser, because apparently once you agree to do one, you get asked by everybody to do one. There is a breast cancer awareness fundraiser going on until October 31st. It is direct donations for direct impact here in the Coastal Bend. They're partnering with 3 different groups: Breast Friends, which is offering no-cost prostheses and mastectomy bras for women in need. First Friday, which is providing free mammograms for women without access to essential screening. That one's incredibly important to me. My mother had some precancerous cells caught when we were all the way back in high school. So you can imagine a family of like 7 of us who were like, oh no, mom's gonna die. Thankfully she didn't. It got taken care of, but early screening is always good. And then the last one is the La Esperanza Foundation, partnering with local physicians to ensure women have access to healthcare and treatments that they deserve. These will all be on my social media. You don't have to say that I was the reason you donated if you choose to donate to something like this. And same thing goes for the public. Everybody is welcome to. And it runs through October 31st. I got a minute left, so let's talk about public comment though. Like I wrote down, I'm gonna complain about the same thing. Guys, we made it all the way through the entire agenda today and last week. That's 15 items last week and 14 today, if I'm doing my math right. That's 29 things the public, unless they were physically here when the agenda item was called, didn't get to talk about beforehand. So I do agree that we do need to move it back to the noon time slot in order to have the opinions put out there. I know people can reach out to you, but I've also reached out to you guys enough to know that sometimes you're getting a million texts and emails, and it's impossible to respond to all of them or to even read all of them, I imagine, in your position. So either have 2 public comments or maybe even do the day before, 5:30 on a Monday beforehand. Who doesn't want to be here more, right, guys? Yeah. Thank you for those that did show up. I'm not throwing shade at anybody. And I'm sure, Mark, you're still there? Hopefully. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Chris Torres.
Mark is still here.
Good afternoon, Chris Torres, Corpus Christi, Texas. I was here last week to present some slides for some IT changes I made to help the city. I'm just happy to say that yesterday the Corpus Christi IT team implemented the first change I presented, which is a button on the Corpus Christi homepage to redirect to the public comment sign-up website. I'm just here today to thank any of y'all involved in sending this change to the IT team. They did a great job at implementing. It was a really quick turnaround. So yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Okay, Ms. Huerta, do we have?
Yes, we do have a few individuals. Brad Bartleson. I don't believe he's on, but I'll just announce.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
good. Okay, great. You ready to make your comment, sir?
Yes, I am. Do you have my slides there?
Yes, sir. They're up. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, first, good management of our CCW resources is reflected by command of both supply and demand, and developing a plan that ensures best.
Can you state your name and city? I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
I'm sorry. Brad Bartleson, District 5, Corpus. And preservation of our community. The data indicated that the Nueces watershed inflow had greatly diminished as early as 2016 and was continuing. Contrarily, the eastern supplies and Mary Rhodes pipeline was in place and abundant. The options to increase its capacity had been there, were not advanced upon, while depletion of the western reservoirs continued. Now, on the other side, we sold another 12.5 million gallons a day to industry during that time. Communication to the public focused on drought and public watering and their responsibility, nothing on resource management and industrial sales. Next slide. Setting in place a strategic water plan that reflects community values is key in not ending up in the same state of stress. It includes a plan of water and energy resource use and capacity by year. With this in place, we avoid making decisions on a single project at a time without regard to the total. We avoid not having margin and not selling before we have assuredness of supply. And we can evaluate projects and contracts as to their synergy and how they fit with who we are and what we want to be. For example, do we want to pattern ourselves after Austin and San Antonio with high growth, increasing traffic, and more pressure on increasing income to maintain our standard of life? Next slide. Under that strategic plan, our water limits per year, percent industrial use of total water, and energy intensity. These ensure adequacy, prevent strife, reflect our values, reduce dependency, and protect our quality of life. Note that energy costs, both CapEx and OpEx, result from water projects. And this tends to be minimized, overlooked, and that can result in underestimating their impact. Energy intensity affects our cost and quality of life. For example, assuming that using up another 10% of our resources has a larger impact. Next slide. Use of figures of merit provides a quantitative means to assess opportunities. For industry water applicants, these include jobs per million gallons per day. Where we are at our industry percent of our total water use, the guideline is 10%, and we're over 50% now. Power use per job, environmental risk, community degradation, and expected plant life. Grading applications and having these limits in place can ensure wise decisions. Next slide. Figures of merit for water resource investments are energy per million gallons per day, percent local use, environmental risk, CapEx and OpEx, community degradation.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson, very much. Your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elida Vasquez.
Hello, my name is Elida Vasquez. I live in Corpus Christi, Texas. The City Council of Corpus Christi has tried at every interval possible to make it apparent to you, their constituents, that we are in a water crisis. What my fellow constituents have made apparent about this water crisis is the fact that it's due entirely to the mismanagement of potential water sources. Jason Hale has spoken in detail about the mismanagement of the Mary Rhodes pipeline. This water crisis was essentially manufactured by the city's ineptitude by their own admission. Your constituents have also made it apparent that an Inner Harbor seawater desalination plant is not the resolution for our water issues. The council wants to sell our seawater to a private company to inefficiently produce purified water that they will then sell back to us at astronomical rates. They say now that the price won't change, but they've stated several times that if they feel the need to raise the price, then they will. This council wants to price the hardworking citizens of Corpus Christi out of water that already belongs to us and is the basis for thousands in tourism. The Mayor, Paulette Guajardo, can recognize the kind of money a nonstop flight from Corpus Christi to Denver may bring in, but not the devastation that the Inner Harbor desal plant would have on small and larger businesses, specifically depending on our bay. This council has made a disgusting effort to silence the people of Corpus Christi with the awful treatment of the Hillcrest community. They don't even seem to know what is and isn't city business. On July 23rd, Mayor Paulette Guajardo and City Attorney Mike Risley, who is not an elected official, said that CCPD collaborating with ICE was not city business. How can that be true when the CCPD are the first people that citizens call in emergency? Is CCPD tending to these emergencies and then alerting ICE to any undocumented persons involved? Citizens need to know that their tax dollars are actively being used against them and their loved ones. Citizens need to know that their city government has absolutely no problem working with the fascist regime that is the Trump administration. I saw ICE on Del Mar Heritage Campus. That is city business because there are 10,000 plus citizens of Corpus Christi currently enrolled at that college.
Mayor, this is boisterous.
Pardon?
Citizens of Corpus Christi currently enrolled at that college. 71% of those people are Latino. I also mentioned gerrymandering on July 23rd. This is city business because our district is one that is going to be redrawn in favor of Republicans without our permission. The rest of you on the city council cannot and should not hide behind Mayor Paulette Guajardo and City Attorney Miles Risley, who is not an elected official and whose limitations are not reasonable or viewpoint neutral. When you don't speak up to let one of your constituents finish their speech, you're telling Corpus Christi residents that you're complicit in their systematic silencing. Don't act like there's nothing you can do. Simply stand up and say they should be allowed to speak. You are paid to do this job, to speak to your constituents, to hear their concerns. Because I live here in Corpus Christi, my thoughts and concerns
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Your time is up. Next, we have Christina English. Miss English, are you online? Okay, how about Eli McKay?
I'm here, but I think Christina English is online.
Maybe there's someone on the phone who we're not able to identify. I'll try one more time, Ms. McKay. Christina English? Okay, I'll try again, Ms.
Hello?
McKay, but, oh, is that you?
I don't know why
Miss English?
it's going back and forth. You're moving. Yes,
Okay, are you ready to
you
make
hear
your
me?
comment?
I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Christina English, Corpus Christi. Here I am again, wasting my time and yours, making a comment that doesn't matter. After all, the meeting is over. For the second week in a row, we'll adjourn immediately after public comment. Congratulations on getting home on time. There were things on today's agenda that I would have liked to speak about, but those things have already been considered without my input, without the input of any of the 530 public speakers. Because I'm currently unable to attend meetings in person, myself, along with every other community member who's unable to physically attend and wait through the meeting, be it due to family, economics, or disability, our voices have been pushed aside to a time that doesn't even require a quorum. I suppose I could send emails. The emails directed at this council have a funny way of missing their destinations, and some members don't even use their government email addresses. Anyway, we all have the right to be publicly heard when addressing our representatives. Not only has our opportunity for public comment been pushed too late to be meaningfully considered, but this council is not even required to be present for it. Now, I'm no fancy city attorney, but to me, this feels like a restriction of my right to petition my government for redress of grievances. Holding public comment after items have been considered tells us very clearly that public sentiment was never going to be considered anyway. If this body truly sought the public input needed to faithfully represent its constituents, public comment would be held at 5:30 on Monday, noon on Tuesday, and on each item. Failing that, holding comment at 5:30 on Monday and on each item would at least be an improvement. This body has an obligation to hear the public it serves. The current public comment policy does not fulfill that obligation. Allow the public to speak prior to council consideration and provide equal access for virtual speakers to comment on items and participate in government.
Okay, thank you, Ms. English. Next is Eli McKay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello, go ahead and proceed.
Awesome. My name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful Uptown, Corpus Christi, District 1. So I also wanted to make comment on several items. And since I'm in a situation that makes WebEx my only option for comment, I have 3 minutes to try to hit all of them. I'd also like to note that the items I'm discussing you have already voted on or discussed today. So public comment 5:30 on a Monday would be a lot more appropriate for those who have to use WebEx. So let's talk about item 2. Yes, thank you so much for getting moving on the North Side parks. As I've said before, these parks will be utilized by many people who live in areas that have been neglected for way too long, including the North Side, the West Side, and Uptown neighborhoods. Item 8. I have multiple times mentioned my disapproval for a TURZ in London. The point of a TURZ should be to stimulate growth in underdeveloped or blighted areas by attracting businesses and investment, not to further incentivize the good old boys who already have a sweetheart deal with our antiquated and broken developer trust fund. It's very frustrating to see rich developers using council members as pawns and making decisions that will negatively impact the future of Corpus Christi's development. I urge you not to pursue the TURZ in London and focus your attention on areas which need redevelopment, like the North Side, West Side, and Uptown. Item number 16. If there's one thing that anyone who's been paying attention to council this year should know, it is that we have options for water. In fact, we have options for more water than residents and businesses should ever need. The decision that you have is to make the right choice on which water source to pursue. Despite the manipulation and gaslighting you may receive from other council members, city staff, or the Good Old Boys Club. And last time I was able to make comment, I told you all that the time for a paradigm shift is here, and that it was up to y'all to make the right decisions. I have high hopes that you will, because we have several council members who have shown courage and empathy within their questions and decision-making. Thank you to those who are doing that. You know who you are. Keep asking the important questions and considering the needs of the people before the corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Next is Isabel Araiza. Ms. Araiza? Okay. All right, Mayor, so then that would take us to one in-person comment from a non-resident. The next person.
Yes, Caitlin Frakes.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for seeing me this evening. I'm not a Corpus Christi resident, but I'm deeply involved in the Corpus Christi community and the individuals of the community. I am from Kingsville, but I do represent an organization out of Corpus Christi. I come before you tonight because this week, unfortunately, some, I guess, less than happy news landed on my desk about the tax increment reinvestment zone, or the Barisi Village, or the combination of the two. There's a lot I was going to go over. A lot of it has already been spoken. I think probably the most important thing is, as individuals, we are held up to a moral standard, and we're also guided to follow our original instructions, most of which many people would consider the Bible, many other people, some of us sitting amongst us, see as following the red road. Sorry, I'm nervous. But it's very obvious that the Barisi Village, because I'm not.
What's that?
Am I allowed, because I'm not a Corpus resident,
Yeah.
but I do represent an organization in Corpus Christi.
Well, you have to have, be a resident for the
Okay.
3 minutes, so yeah.
Okay.
But we appreciate it, and you can always email us as well.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you for being here. Okay, that concludes our public comments. So there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned at 7:05 PM.